Whoops! We clicked the button. Does that mean we're good? It's frozen outside. So, like, genuinely concerned about my internet here. But, well, looks like maybe Comcast improved things this year. Do I dare change my bitrate? I don't know. How y'all doing? So many people that are here right now. Oh, somebody's here. Oh, I can count on you guys. I appreciate that a lot. It's always funny because you start this and it's like, you know, it takes time. It takes a little bit of time. So the beginning wasn't going to be a total meme. I took that because I wanted to go live, and then I'm looking at the time, I'm like, oh, shoot, he's going to be here any minute. And then I was like, I took a picture, and I can still update it with the actual car, but I was just like, I don't care. I'll update it in a little bit. Did I even upload it yet? How y'all doing? So we do have a little bit of work today. We're going to be doing carbon on everything but the windshield. So all the sides, quarters, and the back. I know, super big job. Wow, that is not helpful at all. How do we view by large icons? There we go. Now I see it. I didn't even think no, I didn't upload this one. I got to upload it. You know what's super annoying? Trying to move a picture from your phone to a Windows computer. Yeah, some people get it. So busy we're on YouTube, that's right. I use OneDrive, but I still have to go in OneDrive and like tell it to go to this, and then I can click upload, and then I gotta go da 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 da. AirDrop is easier. I love AirDrop. AirDrop is so much easier. Hey, there's the picture though, so that's cool. Okay, I can edit the thumbnail in a minute. I just had a customer curse me out because he drove 37 minutes and missed his appointment and moved onto the next car. Oh my God. Oh, that's great. I mean, that's terrible. Okay, a situation like that, I'd be a little lenient as far as like trying to get him in, but I'm sure he wanted to get in then. And at that point, it's like, dude, you're 37 minutes late. Like, come on. Call ahead or something. Did he call ahead or anything? Did you leave the several layers of limo on your windshield? No, I pulled it. I removed it right at the end. Are you kidding me? Dude, like, how many times have I said, like, 20 is too dark? And I know it's, like, when you're looking through, in comparison, when you're looking through just the 5.5, it all of a sudden looks light. But the camera adjusts its exposure. And so then it's like your eyes kind of adjust. And then it starts to look different. I swear, if you did all limo and limo on your windshield, it probably wouldn't be as bad as what I think. But I'm never gonna install it for somebody. No thanks. But I have it sitting over on the floor because I don't know where to put it. I don't know. It peeled so clean, and I'm just like, I don't want to throw this away. Now I put so much work into it, and it stayed all nice on the seams. Let me grab it. Look at it. I put it in the video too, but okay. Real quick, this is a nice learning lesson for you guys too, and me. Look. Oh, come on. Where is it? No, it's this side. Sorry, it's this side. I'm getting confused. Look at how black this side is. Look at how shiny this side is. All this shiny is the Walmart 2.5%. This black, this is Pro Classic 5%. So this side's darker, but it doesn't look darker on the outside of the windshield. This side was lighter but looked darker on the outside. Look at how much cleaner it is. It showed right through the windshield. It was crazy. But yeah, you can't see me at all. Look at that. I can't see you guys. You can't see me. Oh, I got my chair. The chair we ordered on stream. I got it. So now I have a place to sit. I feel tall when I sit now. I've done all limo with the windshield. It adjusts okay. You're blind at night, but you feel like you need to do double on the sides to be better off with 5 on the windshield. I agree. You're blind at night. That's the funniest part. Yeah, so you just can't drive it at night. Daytime, you're fine. I can appreciate that. It was my personal vehicle, and I didn't drive it for long on the road. Out of curiosity, it's a funny thing to do. We all have those stances like, this is completely dumb, don't do this. And we all know that. But, if we have an excuse to make a YouTube video, why not? What the fuck? I did 5% on my windshield one time. I'm back to 20% now. I had 5% on like my front doors. And then I had 5% on my front doors for like 15 minutes, and then I ripped it off. I just was not about to keep it. I long time ago, I had that little bit where it was like, you want to go darker, So I had like 35 and like 20. Then I had like 15 and 20, and then 15 and 15, and then 5 and 15, and just kept working my way down there. And then I put 5 on the back, put 5 on the front doors, sat in it, and I'm like, no. It's just not for me. And now I got a minivan, so that's all just, no. I'll go as dark as anybody really wants anywhere, but windshield's capped at 35. I agree with that. Yep, I've turned away work for people that want to go 20. They're like, I really want to go with you. But what you're telling me is I have to get the car, I can get the car done there, but I have to go somewhere else to get the windshield. And I said, yes. And then they went. Bummer. Someday I might throw 5 on my windshield just to see how dumb it is. It's one of those fun things. ProTech 1%. I was happy to see some people bring up a 1% film. I don't think I've heard of ProTech, let alone 1% from them. I'd love to check it out. But that's really funny. But at that point, like, it's one of those things that's kind of helpful to carry around to appease the people that just want to go like dumb dark on all the sides, but like have your limits. Just because you have your personal limits on like a windshield and stuff. Even 5% on the sides, I've just been accustomed to doing it forever. I still think it's stupid to put on the front doors, but whatever. Does he read the chat on Facebook? I do. It's decent film. It's cheap, $54 for 100 foot by 24. Dang, that is cheap. I'm gonna have to order me some 1%. Why is it all the sketchy companies have 1%? The 1% meters at 0.0. When I get with the meter that I have right now, whenever you get down to like, I think it's got to be below 1%. If you put it over like limo over 20 or something, it went to like 150. It was just like, it didn't know how to handle it. It was so funny. Texler is the place that sells it. We'll have to check this out. How do you shrink the tint? By lifting it. I tried it and it like warped the tint. It actually caused more fingers. It shouldn't cause more fingers. So if you're shrinking in the right direction, when you lift it, you're just putting some heat. So you're keeping it as flat as you can, putting some heat on it, and you're not even going to necessarily see it shrinking very much. And then when you let go and put it down, you might just be shrinking it to the point when it's just doing too much. But it's tough to say. That's something that you like make into a video and post and you go, what am I doing wrong? So I Googled Texler and I found like a selfie stick. Let me search ProTech. Get me that 1% tint. Or is this like an Amazon? Oh, they have their stuff on Amazon too. They sell all kinds of stuff. That's when you know it's a good film brand, when they sell selfie sticks. Yeah, they just slap their name on a box. People buy it. The owner will personally text you. Oh, dang. Sales 1 at protechwindowfilm.com. HP 1-ply, classic, HP 2. So these are metallized films, ceramic and paint protection. Art gallery. See, any film brand can look nice and fancy and clean and stuff. And then they put pretty car pictures up there. Aw, but that actually is a nice setup there. Look at their boxes too. That's cool. I love this this roof or ceiling with the panel lights. This is super cool. I love that. I wanted to do something like that. So is it classic or something, or what is it? Well, there it is. We found it. Product item name. 1%, 1 mil. Oh, so this is some thin stuff. Dang, that is some thin films for sure. Interesting. Very interesting. Yeah, I might have to pick up some 1%. We might have to look into the 1%. Stupid question, is the tape used on the seals to help the tint slide past the seals or to prevent dust? It's really to prevent dust. So, not a dumb question. It's really like just creating a new seal. It's a lot of people have been doing it for a very long time. It's just kind of a little newer to what I'm doing. But I found that it actually it's a more helpful preventative thing. So I didn't tape seals for a very, very, very long time. Most of my tinting career has been not taping seals. But the reason I like to is just because, like, it's one of those little things to help prevent those little extra random speckles from, like, feeding back into your tint. Sometimes you can have a little dirt line or something, and then we'd redo the window. So just throw some tape over it. We've got time to do it. Might as well. So finding a nice thin tape to handle it was also like a big reason why I was happy to continue doing it, because I hate look, we're even gonna go to the place. So house wrap tape. So one, this is the tape that you guys see me use. It's cheap. It's pretty available. It's just simple house wrap tape. Good God. So you can check availability. It's over in like the plywood section, I think, usually, or at least the one that I needed at. That's where it was. It was a little tricky to find. It's not in the painting section. It's over with all the building supplies because it's for building houses. Where do you get the tape? Oh, you know where. Tack rags, thoughts. Tack rags are super helpful. What's the other one? So you can find this at a bunch of places too. This isn't exclusively in Lowe's. I just happened to find it at Lowe's first. So carpet shield, that's what I throw over the doors too. So not a Lowe's sponsorship, but this is where I find some of that stuff, or where it's just handy. Hardware stores are handy for car stuff. So as far as tack rack goes, there was like blue, what were they named? Surgical blue. Those were pretty good. The reason I even came across clay bars was really because of tack cloths. I wanted to find something that would help with those little extra speckles and stuff, but what I didn't like about a tack cloth was that I felt like I always had to keep it sticky and like in a plastic bag. So I'd always, after I'm done using it, I would throw it in a plastic bag. I'd let the window be dry. But then a clay bar indirectly kind of fixed some of those problems because you can use a clay bar while it's wet. But they're still different though. So it's an old school thing too. People would take tack cloths and wipe them over windows like they do for painting before they install. Every once in a while I would have it leave like a little sliver though. But so I don't use them anymore, but they are handy. Carpet shield does amazing work, doesn't it? I still want to find something different. I just want to tint, but no, I'm working on stupid spray and bed liners. Oh, I sympathize so bad. Spray and bed liners suck. So the company, Auto Ameristar, used to be my dad's company. But that company used to do the spray and bed liners too, and I used to prep them. So you basically like put yourself in like some sort of like dust protective suit, pretty much, and you just take this horrific grinding thing, and then we would take like acetone and just the whole bed liner. And then at the time, what they were using was like mixed in 2 55-gallon drums. And it was like a mix that if it was set up wrong, not the right temperature, or something, it would just completely mess up. So it was always like, I'd see this guy, he'd suit up in like a painter's suit, he'd go in with a respirator thing, and he'd like, and then he'd go in, and then he'd come out like 5-10 minutes later, and he's like, he was a big guy though. He was a big guy, though. And I used to prep those. I can show some amazing old school tack cloth tips and tricks. We'll do it. Bring it. The people want to know, or one person specifically. Can I tint your eyeglasses? You know, I've got these ones, maybe. My other ones, they have the UV one, so you walk outside and they auto tint. I like that a lot, but I was told a long time ago that it's not all it's cracked up to be, so I never got it, and then I did. I'm like, why have I not had this all my life? Let's see. So this, is it a cam light? What is it? Why is it not popping up? That's not good. Oh, we can do this. Hey! That's weird. Oh, shoot. Dang!
Night Owl super chatted $11.19.
Night
Thanks
Owl.
for the insight on the tape, mate. I'm going to try that this weekend. Here's a small donation for the time/info. Cool face.
Cool face. Thank you for the 15 Australian. You are very welcome. I appreciate that 15. Thank you so much. That's a hell of a super chat there. You're really welcome. Hope it helps. I'm confused why this all of a sudden popped up like this. It usually doesn't. But I'm not upset. He bought a roll of like the nice stuff. So you can use like that. You can use tuck tape. And then there's like Tyvek has a house wrap tape. Like there's a handful of brands that have them. Are you busy? No, I haven't been. Like, that wasn't the meme. I was literally going to come on with, like, nothing here. I had a car coming in today, but it's been It's been slower, but I've been catching up on other stuff too in the meantime, off and on. Yesterday was a fun day, but it wasn't tint related. Personal life. New to the channel, love the content. The channel is helping me out a lot. Oh, glad to hear it. Oh, that was a message off of Facebook I heard. Do you know where I can find stand for cutting tint pieces? I don't have room in my garage like yours. Need something a bit smaller. A stand for cutting tint pieces. I would just mount something on the wall. There's like, you can get those little mirror glass thingies. This is how okay, we're gonna go back to Lowe's here. Mirror hangers or something. I don't know what they're called, but like these things. If you want to put like a piece of glass or something right on the wall, do it with these. You can do something a little more elaborate that's slanted or something. I'm not crafty, so they're just like heavy-duty mirror holders. That's all they are. So a screw goes in the wall, little plastic dealy, and it slides right there and holds it. Just put a bunch of those in some studs, and you're good. I think that's what a lot of people do. Tint with Infrasol? Sounds like a cleaner. No, I haven't heard of them. Sounds like an international brand that I haven't heard of. All right, dudes, where's my... Oh, there it is. Okay, let's do the mic and then we can get started. Channel? Just channel? J channel? Well, see, this is why you want to know how to do something is you give bad advice and then everybody corrects you. That's right. I forgot about J channel. Get some J channel. Ignore what I said. Get J channel. Get just channel. So this stuff, I don't know. There's lovely colors to pick from. But look at that. It's like beefed up mirror hangers. And you put a bunch of screws in it, and then you can just slot it in. Boom. Done. Look at that. We did it. We did it, boys. We helped them out. Do you have an Instagram? I'm trying to send you a pic of 1%. Post it in the Facebook group. The Window Tint Stuff Facebook group. Here, I'll see if I can get you a link. Unless you're already in it. Can't right-click in chat. Damn autocorrect. You must have typed that in super fast. I don't do Facebook. Sorry. I guess we're just never gonna get the picture. I do have an Instagram, but I'm probably not gonna look at it. I don't really pay attention to it either. So I don't do Instagram. I need the other side of my microphone. I can send an Imgur link. I'm not get posted in the group. You can't. I don't think it'll allow you to do links in the chat. It's like a YouTube-y thing. Oh, there we go. Now I got a mic. Okay, should be good. I suppose I got work to do. Oh dang! What is this? Hang on. Just kidding. I got a Tint Wiz proposal. No, I got a Tint Wiz approval. This might be the one that is coming in on Friday. Oh, it is. It is the one that's coming in on Friday. This is so cool. I really appreciate this. Proposal. Let's see if I can do it without any contact info popping up. Oh, look at that. I can. Okay. We're going to pull this up real quick because I appreciate Tint Wiz a lot. Okay, so this was a Taurus. I had a phone call, and then I think he's dropping it off, like having somebody else drop off the car tomorrow or something. And I wanted to like send him the shades. And then these are the display boards that I have up front, and I like to add these in all the Tint Wiz leads that I get. And, just for proposals and stuff. So it's just helpful, if you're looking, it's got all like the bullet points of it and what shades it is, just makes it real nice and clean. So you can see it ahead of time and understand what's going on. So we did that with all the pricing. And then I just got an approval for this one. So we're going to be doing carbon on Friday with a full windshield on a Taurus. So that'll be fun. Tint Wiz, they don't send leads. They're CRM suite to help make you look better, do invoicing, send out proposals for the leads that you get. They have a lead capture tool. So if we go to like DetroitTintStudio.com, for example, I'm just revamping the front of my site. But if you go to like quote, this is a Tint Wiz lead generator here. So anybody that wants to get a quote from my website will then fill this out. Vehicle, make, model, and then send in a message, and then I'll get that through Tint Wiz, and then I'll have like the little info, and it'll be super quick to like send a proposal back to them like that, like a super nice, clean proposal dealy. So all the proposal is basically you're listing all your services and like what you can provide for the job. And then from there, they get to look at all the options, pick what they want, and then you can schedule a date for the job. It's really helpful when we're, scheduling appointments a little farther out than same day. Okay, so we gotta put this top down. I think we're gonna do, wait, no, what do we do? Do we do the front doors first or the back window first? Do the back window, then the quarters first. That's what we do. It's been a minute since I've had a convertible. So this is a Mustang convertible. I think this back window is like super tight, if I remember right. They're easy, but they're like, you gotta be super close. So, yeah, it is. So, I suppose we could try plotter cutting it first and then see what happens. See how we got time with this one. This one's going to be dropped off for a good part of the day. So we're going to, well, of course we're going to make sure that it's right, but I got to fill up some soap here too. I forgot. I got to do this. Put some soap in there. And then a good squeeze. And then that should be good. And then the top. Kind of need to do that. Is it a V8? I have no idea. It's a Mustang. You guys can probably tell me better than I know offhand. It's a Mustang convertible. And when you start it up, it sounds like a Mustang, and it looks like a cool Mustang. It's got some hood swoopy things there. I have no idea what kind of trim it is, though. But I bet you if it was a Sienna van, I'd be able to tell you about it a little bit. Where's my chat? Where'd you guys go? I think Patrick gave up on his live stream. Oh, why? He was doing a removal. Was it because the removals sucked to try and do a full live stream of the entire car? Oh, those suck. I've done it. We did it on the last stream, and man, it'll wipe you out. It's not fun. It's not fun at all. So that's filling up. Oh yeah, software. You should probably look at software real quick. All right. Let's get all this set up, and then I should just rearrange it. So let me pull up Film Cut here. And then we'll see what we got. Type, tint, year. I think it's a 21, actually. I think this is a new one. Is that a minivan? Yes. Yes, it is. This Sienna van. I have one. So we need a... Oh, God. Sorry, I'm looking for Mustang, but I need to be looking for Ford first, and then we can look for Mustang. Mustang convertible. 21 through 15. Yep, these haven't changed in a little while. Yeah, there is an update. Options. They have an options menu now. Plotter, pull cut. Yep, we got it. And then also, like, post feed length is a thing, too. So, like, I think it was going to change it to, like, 5 or something. I don't even think it worked last time. And then it's got, like, something with, like, nesting. Oh, default roll. So we could put, like, 40 as our default, as our, like, longest. Or no, because probably 36, because that's going to be pretty standard. That's nice. At least gives you, like, some blanket defaults here. But on this, we'll just... Oh, I'm dead. Decisions. Because I only have 40-inch rolls. So this is going to be a total waste. Oh, God. That's annoying. Sold on carbon, and I only have 40-inch rolls. Oh, well. You win some. You win some. Oh, they got lots of windshield strips here. Sorry, I thought this was up here. This isn't. So we have that. And then, I mean, I can add the quarters and we can see what those look like. I don't want to do the roll down doors. Even though you're aware minivans aren't cool. You're not cool. What are you talking about? Minivans are the coolest. I'll fight you. Turn it sideways. Yeah, then I gotta shrink it sideways, though. I want to get the defrosters cut out. I don't want to try and shrink. Like, I know there's not... You still gotta shrink it a little bit, and I know there's not much. I feel like it's just gonna screw with my life. Look, we could cut out extra quarter windows. How many more can we fit in here? Oh no, we're not gonna overwhelm it. We could do all these. Look at all the fun things we can cut out. We could do 2 back windows. And then we could add some quarter windows. As long as it doesn't say, like, fixed or something. Yeah, this is fine. Let's do this. We'll cut out 2 back windows. So that way, if one doesn't line up, we know for sure the other one won't line up either. All right, let's get some stuff here. Why is my headset not as good today as it was yesterday? Like, a little choppy. All right. Give it a good shake. And then back to the minivan. So I have a strange sense of humor. Dude, if I was like 20-year-old me, like looking at 30 what am I now? I don't know, 33-year-old me, and like talking about getting a minivan, be like, yo, dog, that's not cool. But you know what? They're super practical. You got space for days, and it's about speed. It's about baby speed. How fast can we open those doors ahead of time and get that baby in there and close it up? And you know what? You can like move the back seats even farther back if you want to. Like the front capstan chairs, you can slide them super far back. Like, it's got so much practical storage. You're very, very old. I am very old now. Which makes older people feel even older, I'm sure. Did the Veloster, what's the secret to cutting the top edge way under the top spoiler without a plotter? Oh, on like a Veloster, that's really annoying. I think the only Veloster I ever did, I actually had a plotter for. So I don't think I had to hand cut it. A general secret would either be shove the film up under there in some type of clean way and put like a little relief cut and then cut it. Or, besides using a plotter, obviously, taking like an extra sheet from like a spare window. So like take the liner, put it on the back window, and then cut a template, and then cut that template piece out on like a flat surface or something, and you get your piece that way. But there isn't like a super great way to do it. At least I don't think offhand. I get slightly less stupid with age. I think I get slower with age. You feel smarter in some ways, and then you feel extra dumb in other ways, and then you feel extra slow too. You just like can't keep up with these dang kids. They want to do triple 2.5% on all their windshields. Okay, so we need to do carbon 20, which, do I gotta get a different roll? I don't think so. This is set up to cut Pro Classic, and I'm pretty sure cutting carbon has been exactly the same. So one of the dumb things, are we doing this the right way? Are we, shit. No, we're doing this the wrong way. I gotta flip it. I don't know what I'm doing. Flashback to the Lumar days. This side. Okay, so the dumb thing about this plotter is 36 and 40-inch rolls are different. So like I think 40s I gotta put all the way to this outside one. And then I gotta move this roller all the way over. Something like that. And then it like overlaps a lot. It like does a whole roller overlap, so it's not even like you have 40 to mess around with anymore. Should pros... How do you make 3% film? That is something you just try and go buy. I wouldn't do that at all. Wow, that like... Hang on one second. I'm gonna make this go black for a second. We'll see how that works. I would just buy a 3% at that point. Find a company that has it. It's dark enough. Or just mark your 5% as 3. Film cut. All right, let's cut all this stuff. There we go. What's the best film you ever use? Well, I like to think the film that I'm using now is the best film I've ever used, because if I didn't, why would I not use what I thought was the best film? Like, against other brands, like, there's no reason to not use Geo versus another brand. It's just because you might like the other brand a little bit better than Geo or something, but as far as like apples to apples film comparisons, they can go toe to toe with everybody else. The rest of it's branding. Which, don't get me wrong, like, branding can make a big impact on like the company overall as a whole, but as far as your individual business, it's debatable. Most of the time they just sell you the stuff, and then whatever you do with it is then you're on your own. You can rely on them for like some support. Oh, look at that, it did the thing. Post feed. Any advice? Any tips for tight seals? I have a shank, but it only opens the seal a little bit. Well, yeah, it's not like super wide. You just keep moving the shank around. If you want something that like opens the whole thing, then just get one of those wider tools. But I don't use them. So you're not gonna see it here, which is totally fine, but there's some things out here. Do you think? Are there any tints that offer a lifetime warranty? Basically they all offer lifetime warranties, and they all promise the world. So films, a long time ago, the standard became like lifetime warranty. So whether or not they actually hold up is another thing. But yeah, you can get pretty much anything that'll out of the box that'll say lifetime warranty. Because somebody a long time ago took a film that failed in 2 years and was like, lifetime warranty, but nobody cared because he said lifetime warranty. How do you deal with the extra film while hand cutting? You toss it, you cut it off and you throw it away. That's how I deal with it. I get it out of my life. Ooh, did we cut? Look at that. Nice. That's real nice. Look at that. Yeah. We got 2 back windows. Are we gonna do anything with 2 back windows? I don't know. Which side's up? That's my next question. They look the same. Which side goes which way? So this is a window that'll really put any type of plotter software to the test. And there could be little variances in all of them, so I'm not going to completely chalk it up to like a plotter failure if it doesn't quite work out. I'm going to try it anyways. I'm not expecting a ton, but I will be ultra impressed if it does work. So just keep that in mind. We'll see. Because This window gives you a nice border, but it doesn't give you a wide border. So thank you, Mustang, for giving us somewhere to actually tuck the film. But shame on you, Mustang, for still being a pain. Little bit of pain on all the edges. So what we can do is roughly line it up where we think that it's supposed to go. And check our edges. But we're not really going to know if it actually fits until we fits. But that to me looks correct. I'm sure it would look like way off if we flipped it the other way. So whoever said, oh dang. Let me just, that looks like it's there at the edge. Let me go look at the other side real quick. Yikes. Yikes, boy. I think we just ruined. There's no way that's going to fit. That is Gap City there. So do we waste time and just throw it in and maybe it'll line up? Or do we just go with our gut? Isn't this too much waste of money if you're just going to toss it away? It is. Oh, I could have left the other one blank, and then I'd have a blank piece to throw over here. I'm so dumb. Ah, shit, man. Did you cut it with a plotter? I did. Because I really don't like trying to hand cut these out. On this one, I don't even use something like Glass Aid. I want to see that edge, and I will get as stupid close as I can to that edge because you just don't have much room. But this is right up on the edge here, and I think I'm just wasting time at this point. Because if you look through, that's a little gap right there, I'd say, over on that side. That side, yeah. So we have two bad patterns now. That's sad. We might have some extra film to do quarters with, though. But I should have left one blank. But I'm sorry, can't see into the future that far today. Was your experience with plotters? They're all fun and games until the patterns let you down. And then you gotta start all over again. So that's not super fun. Maybe we can use Glass Aid. I don't know. I guess I'll try. I think the best way to get this cut is just to hand cut straight on the glass or mark it really, really clean and then try and do it off. Glass Aid, you can get you can get it right up on that edge. Don't get me wrong, but it's still going to be a little tricky. But we'll see. Maybe we'll have a better time than I think. What do you think about school? Do you have a college degree? I graduated from an aviation mechanics thing and literally didn't do anything with it. I think college is fine if you're going into the right thing. You just need to plan ahead of time. If you're going into college just to go into college, then you're kind of just wasting money. You need to go into a field with a plan. Like, I'm going to college for this degree. This degree is probably going to help me down this path, and anything else is probably just lighting money on fire. So there's good reasons to go. I'm sure networking is pretty strong too. But, trade schools and trade opportunities are falling off left and right. Like, as far as companies can't find skilled workers right now. So there's lots of things that you don't have to put that much money up to get a good job. So I paid, $30K for aviation mechanics school, and I did nothing with it. But if I went into the field, I'm sure I'd be in some sort of decent position. The thing that always scared me about a big company, though, was most big companies are just looking to grow and reduce staff in any way to help grow and grow. You know, like, they so I talked to a couple of guys that were in the aviation mechanics field for about like 30 plus years when I started to go, and they freaked me out real bad. One of them broke his arm, couldn't do sheet metal work anymore. The other one was a mechanic and got laid off around the housing market crash. And like, a horrible thing is when you're at a certain situation, you're making an income, and then all of a sudden a business goes under or lays you off, and you can't make that level of income that you were making before, and you already have a house, an established way of living and all that. And so that really sucks. So now you're trying to get hired in somewhere else, but chances are you got to move. So that doesn't sound fun either. I mean, you could get a good opportunity somewhere and maybe it'll work out. But the other thing was, like, a lot of these fields make it super exciting for new people. And they're like, oh, there's tons of places that are hiring right now. Well, the thing is, places are hiring, but they're also like getting rid of older, expensive employees. So if you've been working somewhere for like 30 plus years, probably not as agile as you used to be. And then you're also expensive. And when you have a very physical job, and then some young dude can come in and just swoop your job away, or you train them and then they lay you off, that's where like all this gets real scary real quick. So, I don't know. I at least paid attention to be terrified from a bigger corporation have that much control over my income. So I learned tinting around the same time, and I just stuck with tinting. So I was doing both. I was like learning tinting. I was working in I was going to aviation mechanics school, and I was learning how to do like automotive accessories at my dad's shop. And so I would get up, go to work at 8 o'clock in the morning, and then I would go to school at 3 o'clock in the afternoon. So I'd work from like 8 to 3, get to school at 4, and go to school till 10:30 at night. And I did that for like 20 months. That was not fun. Did that like 5 days a week, and then still worked Saturdays. And there were plenty of times that the aviation mechanics school would just burn time because you needed so many hours. God, that was not fun. Lots of wasted hours. Self-taught, tech, 6 figures. Nice, very nice. There's a lot of creative avenues into companies that don't require college degrees. Some of them, they want to look for that ahead of time. Sometimes it's just to take you seriously at the table compared to everybody else. Like, this guy versus this guy's got a degree. We're probably going to pay attention to him first. But if you just have a way to stand out, it's just impressing the hiring manager. That's all you're trying to impress. Super good advice that I got from my dad. This was when I was looking around for like a first job. He was like, whatever you do, don't take an application and put it in a stack with everybody else. Physically hand it to the store manager. Get their attention and go, I'm super interested in working here. I just wanted to let you know that, and here's my application. Just make a good impression. That's how I got hired super quick at Dairy Queen. So my very first job was at Quiznos. That lasted about 2 weeks. That was $5.50 an hour. And then my second job was Dairy Queen, because I knew I didn't want to work for $5.50 an hour, but I had something, so I was still putting in applications to other places. So then I go to, I'm just putting in applications around. Not a lot of places are hiring. And then I talk to the store manager, and then they're like, yeah, we're looking for somebody actually. But I got a stack of resumes, but you're here. And so we had a quick on-the-spot sit-down interview. Like, from their perspective, it's easy. They don't have to go through a stack of people and call and schedule and get people in. Like, I'm here, let's go. I wanna work some ice cream. Let's do this. Scoop mad ice cream. Not a Dairy Queen, you don't scoop ice cream. You scoop candy and you throw it on the ice cream, or then you blend it. And the thing is, our Dairy Queen was super clean. I'd still eat there. I wasn't ever freaked out. Except the floor. We'd take all the candy and throw it on the floor because we had a night person to come clean that stuff. We didn't have time, we were so busy. I guess that worked out a little better. I should know this by now. So, the border on Glacade all depends on like what you want it to be. There you go. Boom. That should be pretty good. The only other thing that I'm gonna do is I'm gonna cut out these little tabs beforehand, but hopefully that'll work a little better for me. We'll see. Might not be all sunshine and rainbows, but we'll get there. You recommended me to check out a couple of dealerships, or you recommended me a couple dealerships in your area. Do I need a license? No, just go and fucking, yo, dude, you want a tinter? Like, seriously, they're so casual about, like, a lot of this stuff. Like, a lot of those places can be, like, when they're just like, shit, I need somebody to tint. And you're like, I'm here. Do you need a tinter? And they'll be like, hell yeah, here's a car, go tint it. Not quite like that, but you know what I mean? If they know they got a guy, they got people asking. It's just like, just make it easy. But that's what I'm saying about dealerships. Like, dealerships can be super annoying to work with because, like, when they want something done, they need that stuff done. So they're trying to sell whatever cars that they can. Just let them know. Just let them know that you're a guy. Talk to whoever the sales manager is. Maybe a couple salespeople, I don't know. Just go in there and be like, hey, I'm a window tinter in the area. Putting out my my calling card that if you need something, let me know. And they'll be like, oh yeah, sure. Now, if you're porting cars, that can be a little different because they'll probably need to see some type of license from that. So, like, porting would mean you're driving off their lot, and in that case, there's insurance problems. So if you peel out of the lot and you wreck the car, they got big issues if nobody's insured. Oh, that scared the heck out of me. That was a little piece of dust. I thought it was like a cut in the film. All right, let's see if we did it. So, this is like one of the few back windows that I'm going to snap shrink because it's basically like a door window. So if you're like, hey, I thought you never snap shrink back windows, it's like I wouldn't really consider this much of a back window. It is on the back, and it is a window. So therefore it's a back window. But Yeah, like, what you'll find out is a lot of people, they just need somebody to handle it. So, like, when you get into bigger, fancy companies that have, like, a large corporate structure or whatever, there's so much of the automotive world that are just, like, privately owned or corporate-owned dealerships. Like, you can have that in dealerships, but they're just run differently. They're just, like, they still have, like, that chaotic, scrappy vibe to them. They're just like, we need all this stuff done. And nobody's there when you want them to, and you can't find Jeff, and he's the one that sold the job, and hang on, let me get him on the phone, and always out with a customer right now. I'll be back in 15 minutes, and it's an hour later, and you're still wondering where the keys are and where to pull a card. That's dealerships. Not all of them. That's some of them. Some of them are really well put together, and they actually have like a good person in charge, and they'll make sure things are lined up for you, and like, this is the car, this is what he wants done, it's parked over there, that's where you can tint it, boom, all set up. All right, so we snap the edge. I think this will fit. Cross our fingers that this all turns out nice, because I don't want to have to do this again. Oh, wait. Canon. Oh, is my thing not up there? Oh, I get so used to that. Do you know the crunch flavor has 2 ingredients, but do you know what the 2 ingredients are? So these are the ice cream cakes at Dairy Queen. Yeah, it's basically peanut butter syrup and chocolate cake crunch bits. The Dairy Queen ice cream cakes, they're super good, but yeah, they're super simple. They just like, so they'll have like a 8, 10, or whatever inch round, and then you just literally take the ice cream machine, turn it on, and then you leave like the center, and you just load that up with like a bunch of pumps of syrup, crunch bits, and then you take a little thing and around the whole thing and smooth it out. There you go, you got a cake. Deep down you missed the DQ. Working there, no. But the free ice cream, oh yeah, I'd still like Dairy Queen ice cream is so good still. Their soft serve is amazing. It's no wonder why they have a national presence. But working there, wintertime was kind of funny because they'd need 2 people there in the wintertime, like store manager and an employee, and you'd sit there for hours and nobody would show up. But they still need 2 people to be there, so you'd still have hours through the winter. They might close like an hour or 2 earlier, but sound effects on point. Well, that's what the sound it makes. Oh, one of my favorite things, okay, this is a little mean. One of my favorite things was throwing away ice cream in front of people. I wasn't like cynical or anything, but like there's those people that you know they ordered vanilla, you made it, and they go, I wanted chocolate swirl, not vanilla. Like they were super caring about it. And you just look at them in the face, and there's no arguing. They want something different than what you're giving them. So you can't give it to them. The store wouldn't allow you to go, oh, I'm sorry, here's a free one, let me get you another one. So you you can put it aside and hand it to somebody else, or you throw it out in front of their face. And they would get even more offended. It was just for the people that were like super dicks about it. You were like, here's the vanilla cone, thank you. And they're like, that's not what I ordered. Like, good God, sorry. And then you just like, don't say anything, you drop it in a trash can, and then you make them a new one, and they go, oh, I would have eaten that. Well, you didn't want it. You told me it was the wrong one. Yeah, but I didn't know you were going to throw it out. It was great. Or if there's a kid in line, you hand it to the kid that's in line. Make their day instead. That hybrid has to be on its last legs? Why? It's still going, it's still working fine. We can shave it off if we want to. Keep it going. Hybrid's no joke. It'll last a while. All right, let me peel this over there. I don't feel like stretching. Only order a freaking blizzard once a year. I had to dress up in the Dairy Queen suit once or twice. I think it might have been 3 times. I don't know. It wasn't that many times, though. Our store manager had a terrible kid, too. He was like, watch this. And I was like so I was in the inflatable blizzard suit, standing outside, summertime. And it's not bad because it's all inflatable, so you're not like sweating like crazy. You have a little fan going. It's not bad. But it's still kind of embarrassing, but nobody can see your face. But the store manager kid would throw rocks at you. He'd be like, watch this. And he'd like throw a rock and he'd laugh because it would bounce right off of you. He's like, watch this. Boom. And sure enough, it'd bounce off of you. But he was kind of a dick for doing that. All right, let's see. What do you think? You think we got it? Did we cut it close enough? Or are we slightly big? These edges, man. Flashbacks. See, I would much rather have a regular Mustang than a Mustang convertible, just because of how close these cuts have to be. It's not terrible, but it is close. The story time is gone. It's story time. Yep. You look back at some of those and you don't even realize at the time that those are like later on stories. You're just a kid. You're just a kid working at a Dairy Queen to pay for his 93 Buick Century, which he's very grateful to have. And then wants to put racing stripes on it and all sorts of dumb accessories. Cold cathode tubes are the thing. LED lights haven't even been invented yet. I'm just kidding, they have, but they're expensive. Nobody working at Dairy Queen has money for that. But when I was working there, they let me take home free ice cream, so that was a perk. So I had a pretty big family, so six siblings in total. Like 6 kids altogether, 5 brothers and sisters. I don't know if this is good. A kid that messes up ice cream and then tries to force a different one. Look, I didn't mess up your order, dude. I heard what you said. I put it in the thing. I was right. You just think you said something that you didn't. But there's no problem with changing out the order. I don't have a problem with that. I have the problem with when you want to be like an ultra dick about it. Like, oh, sorry, it was actually supposed to be vanilla, or I thought I ordered vanilla and you gave me chocolate. And then you go, oh, I'm so sorry about that. Let me fix it for you. Not like... You know what I mean? So it's those little differences there. Strong reaction comes with another strong reaction. I gotta say, I think I'm just a little bit big in some spots. And I think I'm gonna recut this. We're close. You messed up my tint order, idiot. God. Yeah, we're just a little off. That's why I wasn't gonna use it, and then I decided to, and then it's just... I don't even want to use it as a template. We're gonna be very careful. We're gonna snap some blades and we're gonna cut this right in place because it's gotta be so exact. No. Oh, it's okay. It's only 5 windows. We got time. We'll make it look good. Longer stream, right? Was that the plotter one? Yeah. Definitely. It's so plotter. Yeah, guys. Oh, hang on. This is definitely a plotter. At least I like look at it and then I see that it's frozen. Still don't know why it randomly freezes, but it just does. But yeah, it is definitely, you're right, it was definitely the plotter. Chocolate now, bad. I didn't work at DQ, but I did work at 3 different restaurants. Oh, ages 13 to 16. Isn't there some like laws against that? We had to be at least like 16, and then they could only work us part-time. Like we couldn't have 40 hours. I think the most was like 20. 18 to 20, something like that. And would you believe they always had a hard time finding people? Imagine that, having a hard time finding people to work at Dairy Queen. Then the like little league teams would all come in at the end of their game, and you'd have like one person paying for like 50 ice cream cones. Like, yeah, I got this, I got the whole team. And so you're just like, I want chocolate with sprinkles. I want swirl with sprinkles dipped in butterscotch. And so you have like every ice cream combination possible. Oh, that got hectic. can't even see. I need a bigger light for this. I don't use lights for this. Alright, so this is going to take a while. Because we got to move around a light a bunch of times, and we basically got to cut like right on the edge here. I don't like to do this. My first... Dana Reyna, what's up?
Daniel Rayner super chatted $9.99.
Good God.
Master Matt. It's a humble privilege to be in your royal Tint presence. We, the People Tint audience, humbly give your attention. Hurrah.
Daniel Reyna, thank you for the 10. It's a humble privilege to be in front of the Dairy Queen master. Thank you, sir. If anybody asks, you have to tell me you were at least 15. Ah, okay. That makes sense. That makes a lot of sense. I had a valet job too, so I was working Dairy Queen and a valet job at the same time because the valet job was only like Fridays and Saturdays, and they were closed on Sundays. So it was like this this nicer bar restaurant. So they had parking was super annoying there. So they had like a no, it wasn't complimentary. Sorry, they had a valet in the back. So you just kind of like hang out there, and then it was like $3, but they'd pay you like a server. So you'd only make like $5 an hour plus all the tips, which usually, would you believe that like everybody pretty much paid like $3? Every once in a while you'd have somebody that would just like overpay and give you like $10 and you'd be stoked. But there was a lot of people that didn't. My first manual car that I ever drove was there. It was a Chrysler Crossfire. And I know I've told this story, but Nick actually worked there too. He's the one that got me the job, and he's like, if they ask if you drive a stick, just tell them yes, because you'll never get one. And I was like, okay, that's fine. I can do that. So I told him no, I got the job. And then eventually I had a stick shift and he wasn't there because he knew how to drive a stick shift. I never had an opportunity to drive a stick shift. So I was like all freaked out. And then guy rolls up, gets out of the car. I look down and I freeze. He goes in the restaurant. I stall it 3 times. And then I finally get it moving, but he has no idea this is happening to his nice car. And then you got to drive it all the way around the parking lot, down the side street, back up into like a funeral home parking lot. They let us use their lot here and there. It was just convenient because people could go out of the restaurant right through the gate, but you just couldn't drive a car right there because it was only like a gate that was made for people to walk through, not cars. And so I stalled it another couple times trying to get up the small hill leading into the parking lot. Got it in the parking spot, stalled it again. So I stalled this car probably about like 6 or 7 times. Once you get into first, it's easy to get it into second. I was super happy once I did that, but it was getting it going that I just didn't understand. So then I finally get it into the spot, stall it, get out, and I have no idea what I'm gonna do. I just like, oh God, this guy's just gonna come out want his car, and it's here where you can see it. I got to drive it onto a main road and then pull it back into the parking lot. I'm going to stall it like 15 times. He's going to be super pissed. Well, he saw where the car was. I guess, so they have bands that play at this bar on the weekends. And they didn't have any good seating. So they walked up there for like 10 minutes, hung out, and then just came out and left. Gave me $5. I was super relieved. And then later on, I had a Pontiac Grand Am. It was either a Grand Am or a Grand Prix that was a manual. And I haven't seen one of those since. So it was a freak of the Grand Prix. I think it was a Grand Am. It was like a manual. Manual Grand Am. Who wants like their basic manual Grand Am valeted anyways? And I saw that in front of the people. And they gave me like a super weird look. They're like, what? And then they just like, thanks, bye. Is it glass or plastic? Well, if it was plastic, we'd be cutting right through it. It's glass. It's just one of those back windows with like a super tight inside that you just, it's tough. Especially when you got a little dinky light like this. You just got to move it around a lot until you can kind of see it. When it gets up top here, that's where you question everything that you're cutting. We had it. It's just when you got to get it like dumb close, that's where it can be extra hard. So we were super, super close to getting it right, but it just wasn't quite there. So stainless blade, be real careful. You can still cut on it. We're just taking extra time and we can see everything that we're cutting over. This is why like hand cutting directly on a surface is really helpful, is because you can see kind of exactly where it's going and you know exactly where it's going to line up on the inside. That's how tight these edges are on this back window. So you just got to be really careful with that. Snap your blade a lot. I mean, how many hundreds of people do you see do this on every car? So no 1/8 inch border on this one. It's like a 16th of a 16th of a 16th. It's micro gap. Like I said, this is going to take a while. And I need like a light roast blade on ground. Yes, because we walk over them. We never have to worry about them. The whole Sticks are overrated. They make it hard for me to talk on the phone and drink my big gulp. They're not overrated. They're super fun. You either love them or you hate them. I don't think there's much in between. Sitting in traffic with a heavy clutch is not the funnest experience. But there's something about a manual car, it's just more entertaining to drive if you really like doing that. Which I had a really light Pontiac G5, so it was nothing crazy, and it had a really light clutch. Super fun to drive. I just love being able to have a manual car. Way fun. And I do it again. Probably on like a Mini or something. I was told I wouldn't like it, and I would get tired of it very early, and it was the opposite. Took me a little bit to get used to it, and I had lots of fun with it. And then I was always paranoid about remote starting it. And I don't even think like I'm especially in like, I'm not a big car person. I don't like a new Camaro or something comes out and I'm not like watching the release. Like it's just, oh, that's cool. It's just when it's something really interesting, then I'll pay attention to it, I guess. But there's just something about driving a manual. It just made driving more fun. So like I had a buddy in high school that had, God, annoying rich families. You know, you have those like families in high school that just had way too much money, so they gift their kids like super nice cars. He had a Mustang Mach 1, it was an older Mustang Mach 1, and it was just like, was it a Mach 1? No, sorry, it was a Shelby. It was a Shelby Mustang, and it was like Shelby Mustang. I think it was a convertible. It was super nice. Ridiculously heavy clutch on that thing. And when he went over the school speed bumps, he had to like turn sideways because if you drove it straight on, you would ground it out on the speed bumps because it sat lower. And for his 16th birthday, he was gifted a Shelby Mustang. His dad's prized Shelby Mustang that he always kept in the garage. Like, we're very proud of you. Here's the keys to the Shelby. You don't give a 16-year-old that much power. You give him the old minivan. Son's gonna watch this later on in life and be like, what? I had my manual, I think around the same time. Because he was like a year younger. And I got to drive it. And I just didn't want to even drive it. I was like, this sucks. This just hurts. He's like, yeah, it'll give you a workout. But the sound that thing made was just like, end of school. God, I had this in here the whole time. End of school. Starts that thing up. Insane. Oh yeah, I had the 93 Buick Century. That was my first car. So I didn't even have my manual at the time. And then there's like the handful of kids that modded out their cars like crazy with like dumb big spoilers and cold cathode lights and underbody neons. And a Bluetooth radio. Multiple CD changer. Just around the time that MP3 CDs are coming out. Oh. Good times. That car had a cell phone in it too, or like a car phone. No, was it that one or is it his other car? He had two cars. He got to drive his dad's car a lot too. His dad had he had the Mustang, and then he had something else that had a car phone in it. Totally forgot what that other one was. Maybe it was like an old Audi or something. Didn't get a car till I was out of high school. I got mine pretty late. I wasn't 16. I had to fight to get my license at 17. Props to my mom though. We had this big gold van. God, this is just story day today. We had this big gold van. It was an E150. So we had earlier on, when I was young, we had this white van. I think I got in a car accident from family that was visiting. And then we had to replace it. My dad got this gold E150, and that was the forever family van. My mom was 5 foot. We're driving this big old gold van around with 6 kids. But we drove that thing everywhere. So she was the one that really taught everybody how to drive. And, you know, when you teach like 2 kids to drive, 1 kid to drive, another one, like you're just over teaching people how to drive, especially when it's an oversized vehicle. So like, that's what I got my license, I think, when I was 17, but it was just because she didn't want to teach me how to drive. Like, I'm so over trying to teach people how to drive. Please, I gotta drive. So eventually, I learned how to drive, and then my first car was the '93 Buick Century that I think I overpaid for. There was this like car shop that was by one of my dad's stores, and they would like restore cars and overcharge people for them. But I don't think we really knew how much they would overcharge people for them. They just like would. So he's just like, because he knew the people and it was real easy, so he just got the car for me and then made me pay all the monthly payments on it, and then like, oh shit. So I was like super happy to be able to have a car, and then I had to get a job to afford to have the car. And then that was pretty much where all the money went, was literally to like pay like the, God, I don't know. I forgot how much it was. It's like $300 a month plus insurance and stuff. Ever ridden a motorcycle? This one fits much better. Ever ridden a motorcycle? No, but I've wanted to. I wanted to get a motorcycle for a little while. And then, actually, fun fact, Nick actually cured me of wanting a motorcycle. So, around here, you can drive a motorcycle. Like, you can drive it anywhere you want, but it's not... Roads are kind of crap, and traffic gets pretty congested. So it's just like, I feel like if I want a motorcycle, I gotta be out kind of, just out farther with nice, smooth, open roads, or else it's just like you're sitting in traffic, you're fighting people, they can't see you, and then they're gonna hit you. So a while back, he's like, most people get in at least one car accident. And imagine being in the same car accident just on a motorcycle. And I was like, dang, I don't want a motorcycle anymore. Jesus Christ, why is this little thingy... Is it magic keeping this up? Why is it not going down? Everything else is like basically down. This shouldn't be a hassle right now, but it is. Okay, so it's just that little edge. Something under it? What's going on? What's going on here? God, Mustang convertible. Easy money, right? Sweet Christmas. This is something about streaming and you're stuck in a back window for like an hour. Everything else is like whatever. Get stuck in a back window, it's exhausting. You gotta hop in and out. There's something here. There's gotta be like a small little hair here or something keeping this film up. I don't know what the fuck is going on with that. Good grief. I can't even tell. It's just like, there's just like something there that is keeping that whole corner from like locking down. everything else is perfect on it, but one little thing makes it imperfect, and then we're just not having a good time. Something there. Pacific Transport. Who are you? Hello, Tint Studio. How can I help you? Okay.
Both doors and a rear windshield. Can I stop by or do we need an appointment?
We go by appointment. The earliest I could get you in is tomorrow.
Can't do anything about it today.
No, I'm sorry. Unfortunately, I'm all booked up today.
What's the latest that I can come in tomorrow?
The latest, I could schedule you for 1 o'clock.
Later than that?
Well, not much later than that. It's just gonna take a little while to do the job, so I need it here for a certain amount of time.
Do I just leave the car there? How long does it take?
So what is it? The rear, just so the back doors and the back glass and the quarters on a Camry, no front doors.
No front doors, yep.
It'll take a couple hours.
Okay, so I'll stay with the car. So 1 o'clock is your best? The latest that you could do?
Yeah, it'll be 200 for the rear.
200. Okay. I'll see you at 1.
Well, we do take deposits on all the appointments, so what I'm gonna do is I'll text you a link, and then once I get that deposit, it goes right towards the balance, but you'll be all set for tomorrow.
Okay.
Alrighty, I'll get that right over.
Thank you.
Bye. That was one I wasn't so sure about. You ever just get vibes? We got some vibes. All right. Oh, hang on one sec. What link do you use? I just use, so Tintwiz doesn't accept deposits that way. So I would love to, but they don't. So I use my own website, and there's booking calendars that you can use. So I use Wix for my website, and they had a really nice, easy booking template thing. So you just send people to that page, and then they just you tell them what time to pick, and then they pick it and they leave a deposit. If they don't leave a deposit, they don't have an appointment. It used to be like PayPal, and I'd get their email and send a deposit request. But that gets too annoying. Oh, good God. This is just a bad day today. We're gonna try and cut out a template here. I don't know what happened, and I'm out of a roll right now. Something that should have taken 10 minutes is taking way too long. Because I'm just being fussy. All right, Pro Classic. Where are ya? God, that was loud. Classic. Where is it? Pro Classic. Carbon. I should have it. Pro Classic. Oh, yeah. Good God. We're going on. Carbon. Pro Classic. Carbon 5. Where's the... Hang on. Canon. There we go. Cha-ching. You think Geo will come out with a 1540, 15 and 40 in the other lines? I don't think, there it is. I don't think, especially. I've talked to them a little bit about it, and right now, it's not that they wouldn't necessarily want to, it's that film is just kind of hard to get. So like ordering extra SKUs makes it extra difficult. So if they already had it, it wouldn't be so bad, but adding to SKUs right now can be really tricky. Maybe in the future, but probably not right now. We're gonna template this out real quick. We're just having a field day today. Super dumb. Okay, just gonna say this. Just don't bring up family stuff. That's where the Facebook part gets a little scary, how that crosses over into family. I can't switch to Geo. I get it. What? Can't wait. Oh, I can't wait to switch to Geo. Yeah, hope it works out. For sure. It's been great here. All right. So what we're gonna do, so we got a nice pretty template at least. We know this is gonna line up. There's just something that got smushed here. I don't know. I don't know what the heck even happened. Somebody wanna explain life to me right now? You're a very calm man. Most days. There's reasons to get stressed out.
Washington Correa super chatted $5. How are you able to grab the tint roll without telescoping? I tried so many times and always fail. Pensive face.
Wow, there's a lot of good questions there. Thank you for the super. I really appreciate that. So this is gonna take an hour. Washington, thank you for the 5. How are you able to grab the film without telescoping? It gets much easier when it's like, so like it can do it, right? Like, whee! You kind of like cinch that roll down, like tighten it up, and then you can grab it like this a little bit easier. But when it's a full roll, that's when the C2 gets a lot more difficult. The Pro Classic and Pro Nano, they have like a little bit of static on them, makes it a lot easier to hang on to. Do you know if it's possible to get Glass 8 in the UK? Check out Sun Distributing. They'll send international. I stopped sending international. I got really annoyed. International is just one of those things where it's like it's largely out of my control. People complained about shipping costs, and then there's like taxes and fees and stuff associated with it too. So sometimes they get surprised with stuff when it shows up at their door. I don't control any of that, let alone the shipping. I pay a carrier to take it, and then I had unfortunately one that was like, we messed up an order, so we sent it out, and then he's like, well, now I gotta pay double dues on it too. And I'm like, I'm sorry, there's like not much I can do. And then he like sent me another email about like, hey, can we split it or something? I just refunded it. I'm just like, I'm so over international. It was like, it got to the point where like, it was like 50-50, especially with all the shutdowns and stuff. You didn't know if a service was actually going to carry it all the way. People would wonder like, hey, it's been like 3 weeks, where's my stuff? And it's like, I don't know. Here's the tracking on it. I wish I could tell you better, but nobody really knows because they can get hung up in customs for like 5 weeks to a month, and nobody really knows. And then they're like, well, I just want a refund. And you're like, whatever. Not fun. Not fun. I wish I could go faster on this. There's another really good question in there too, and I got distracted. What's up, buddy? Oh, you know, just having problems. It's got a dumb Mustang, can't plot it. Hand cut it, a little flippy corner screwed up, and having a great day. How do you understand? Okay, how do you get people to understand that you're using Geo, which is an expensive top-of-the-line film, other places that use mid-range films? You don't. You don't get the people that don't want to hear it to understand it. You find better customers, and you do that with creative marketing and referrals and word of mouth and stuff like that. You introduce it to everybody, and you give them the spiel over the phone, and you know, I still have plenty of people that is just whatever you're telling them over the phone, they're just like, yeah, I just want my windows tinted. That's just how they're gonna be, and that's fine, but that's not who I'm catering to. So like even today, with that phone call that we just had, still a little on the fence about that one, but you know, like, hey, can I get in today? Like, I just want 10, blah, blah, blah. It's like, I'm probably not your shop, but more than happy to tint the car. You just got to understand things are a little bit different here. The less weirdness and barriers you have, the more clients you're going to get, but you can get some people that you don't want to get necessarily. So you can put out some like broad marketing, like you can put out some broad marketing. You can try to convince the people, but like I'd rather talk to the people that want to listen rather than trying to talk to the people that don't. So generally, I'm trying to get the people that are doing a little bit more research and care about their cars a little bit more. Those are the clients that I'd much rather tint for than somebody that wakes up 2 o'clock on a Saturday and is like, oh shit, I gotta get my windows tinted, and I gotta do it now. I'm good, thanks. What's the difference in geo? From what? It's just a better made film. So like there's not lots, but there's like a handful of companies that have all comparable films and they just cost more. So it's something that's proven to last. It looks good. And then lots of other shops are all going to tell you like that same thing, so that's where it's hard to stand out. Is like when they don't want to take the time to do a little bit of research ahead of time, don't want to take your word for it, don't appreciate you as a business, like any of that. Like they're just looking for a quick in and out tint job, really convenient, lower price, just whatever fits that bill, that's where they're gonna go. And that's fine. So lifetime, better quality, last longer. It's like little subtle differences, and we're not charging the world for it either. But if you've had a bad film, you know it's going to cost you down the road. It's going to bubble, it's going to fade, it's going to change colors. And then the other part of it is the skill that's involved to get that job done right the first time. But, you know, I'm in Michigan, and we have decent income overall, but also we have the same problems everybody else does. We have big expenses here too. It costs money to live here. So we might get more for a job, but it also we have higher expenses anyways. That's just the way things are around here. Oh, let me scroll down here. Oh, I already answered the question. All your cheaper product prices, quality jobs, 20 to 40 bucks cheaper. My area is below the poverty line too. Now, area will play some type of factor into it. There's no way it doesn't. But that being said, you don't have to be the lowest in your area either. So I don't think that's what that comment was necessarily, but just kind of like on lower income areas in general. It's like, yeah, like people with more money are going to be in places with higher income levels. Open up a shop there instead of like in the middle of downtown, unless your business is super desirable to drive to, like that far. Like all those play a factor, and you do the same thing that everybody else does. You do a little research in your area, you go on maps, you see what's in your area, what you want to go to, and then you go there and do it. So think like a consumer, and would you go to your own shop if you were in that area, and don't just blindly say yes. You know about your business, but take an objective look at it compared to everybody else and see where you stack up. Are you convenient? Are you well priced? Are you competitive? Are you cheap. Like you got to figure out what sticks out, and that includes like the branding and the branding, the marketing, like everything as a whole. Like everybody's forced to step up their game. So, but you don't have to be an expensive shop. You can install whatever film that you want. You can do good quality work with whatever film. You can just do high production. I don't care. It's like your business is your business. I try to set some type of an example here. I always felt like I have to a little bit. I could lower prices. I could get in more business that way. That's not the shop I ever wanted to be. And I feel like there's better out there. So I always frame this place as trying to be a little bit more of an example. Oh my God. Hang on a second. Hello, Tint Studio. How can I help you? Hey, I'm really sorry. I'm in the middle of a live stream right now. Could I call you back right after? All right, sorry about that. Bye. Or ask in the live stream. When people call out of state and say my name right off the bat, it's like, hang on. Steinel heat guns, they're a good heat gun maker, but I'm not super familiar with them, other than I know that they make heat guns, where a lot of other companies just buy and rebrand them. So, not entirely sure, but I hear good things. What was the other question? You need the phones, just let me know for $100K a year. Yeah, okay. I live in New York. What do I do about the windshield? Honestly, ask the shops that are in New York. I'm not in New York. I hear funny things about inspections. Like some of them will pay off an inspection place. But the people that would have the best answers for you are the shops that are in New York, and you can ask them what most people do, because I guarantee you they would know way more about that than I would. Oh, shit. Please don't. Please don't. We work so hard for this. Don't. Just don't. There we go. The super bummer about this one is those little slivers. If we get those in there, we're screwed again. It's like getting a hair in your tint. Hey, that lined up pretty well. There's nothing quite like cutting it on the car though, but we're gonna cross our fingers for a template here. Cross them real good. And that's the thing that always confuses me. It's like you cut it exact to a template, and I swear it grows after I put it on the car. I don't know how it does it, but it does. But we'll give it a good go this time. I think we're a little below the bottom. See, that went perfectly fine that time. That's the way it should have gone first time. I don't understand what it got hung up on. But if we can, please work a miracle here. Does Steinel have like cooldown modes? Those kind of drive me a little crazy, but I haven't used it. I've used like the fusion version of it, but that's it. That's the only thing. But yeah, they're like, I think if you had to ask if I knew any heat gun maker, they're the only one that I could name. So they probably make pretty good stuff. Wagner. Wagners are cheesy little guns. I like them. They got character. They kind of feel, when you use something a little better made, they feel like a toy. The only reason I really use the Wagner so much is like it's local, it's convenient, and it gets hot. It gets real hot real quick. And it's kind of like a cheap steamer. It just does the job, man. And yeah, they're gonna bug out on you and they're gonna fail and they're a little sketchy to leave plugged in because they might light your shop on fire and stuff. Like, they're made for hobbyists and stuff. They're not made for commercial use. But man, are they little workhorse guns that you can get a lot of use out of. So that's why, like, I like them. But you know, it's a World War heat gun. What is a World War heat gun? That phone, man. God, it is just not giving up today. Son of a bitch. Did it really? I just can't catch a break today. I'm a little undecided about this right now. There's something about this back window being so stupid tight. I think I got a gap. Good God, man. Right there. I don't know if I can get away without one. Son of a bitch. I cut it right on that edge too. But you look through it this way, and it just don't look right. God damn it. That's what the tint pen's for. Yeah, I thought about it for a quick minute. Better believe I thought about it. It's just not happening on that. It's so down there, it's gonna be wet. It's just gonna take forever to dry out. I'm not happy about it. Rip templates, man. So I guess we'll just cut another one on it. I'm in like a Groundhog Day, man. There's just those cars, I swear, we bring on stream and I'm just better off to do them off. It's just like for this reason here, if I gotta spend like 4 times on a dumb, simple back window, like it's simple, but those edges have to be there, and it's a lot with the headset, but cut the stream so we won't distract you. I don't like doing that, though. I'd rather just get it done. So it's just, man, time gets away from you. We'll get it done. It'll go in. This will be the time. But little things, like it's hard to get back in the right spot. I won't be offended. You gotta do what you gotta do. We'll get it. We'll get it. Like, you are within a micro sliver of gap and overlap. So that sucker has to be spot on this one. It just butts up right against it. And I know I can get it. So, I don't know why they have to make it like that. Yeah, I don't know either. They just do. But we'll get it. Just gotta quit being a wuss about it and just get it done. So, really, when you cut it, then you gotta kind of go over your cut a little bit. And like what you're looking at, you feel like is half blurred because you're not really seeing it perfectly. You're like looking down there, but there's a little waviness. There's a little bit of like blade in the way. There's a little bit of a reflection. There's so many little micro things that kind of change your cut as you go. And when you're used to just spot after spot of it being slight border, we'll get it. Hang in there, kid. Hang in there, kid. I'm an adult, man. I've turned down every convertible that's asked about tint. I've done plenty of these, and every time, you know, you just take the time, you butt it up. It's just, there's the little things, like we messed around with the plotter first, that didn't work out, and we tried Glassade. Again, this cut has to be stupid close, so that didn't work out quite either. What did work out almost the first time was just hand cutting directly on it and getting it that close. So that's what we should have done from the beginning. But then, silly old me decided that I wanted to try and do a template. So really, the only way I would have ever done this out anywhere else would have been like this. It would have been towel on the inside, maybe Glassade, but probably would have just done it right on the back so I can be as exact as I want. So if we're just counting those tries, maybe we'll just get the one mess up. But I don't know. Real close. You gotta get real close. But, yep. This is how it is. Looks like we're out of fun story time, too. you could have like a rig from the ceiling and like propel, I think it's rappel down like a Spider-Man and just get that perfect angle on it. No problem. RuPaul. I think it's repel. Alright, gotta get that center. Uh-oh. That's one you hate to tint? Well, I didn't think of Mustang, but it's not exactly looking so great right now. Just kidding. This will be fun. I'm still not, just slightly annoyed, but I'm not taking out any annoyance on it. It's just one of those things that's like, it is what it is. All right. So my only question now is this bottom. Let's just make sure this all looks God, that's so close. And if you're not looking at it dead on, it looks different. So perspective changes because the border is that far away through the glass. So that's why you see light gaps when you cut exact. So you gotta cut slight border and your perspective is changing ever so slightly. And then you have slivers that you gotta worry about. You got slight deviations. You got slight ripples. Like, all this has to just be down. This is really like, I think a Corvette might do the same thing. I forget. Does a Corvette convertible do this too? Or did they give you a good border on it? This is only done on a couple of cars like it. So, it's not a big deal. You're only going to run into this once in a while on most of them. I wouldn't turn away this if it called again or anything like that. It's just like, I'd have the same attitude about it. I'd be like, yeah, no problem. It's a Mustang. What's wrong with a Mustang? And then I'll just remind myself of this video. And then we'll just cut right here and we'll get it done. Would be nice if a template would have worked. God, I swear, anytime I try and cut those templates out, there's always slight differences. Just enough to like screw up the whole thing. So we're gonna try and clean it real good on the inside again, and then we'll get this all squared and taken care of. We'll take some deep breaths too. I started to clean this whole place up too, and I feel like it's becoming a mess again. I want to just chill out for a little bit. Doors on the Mustang convertible mess me up because when you open it, they shift down. Yeah, so what you're gonna want to do on the inside of the windows is latch them so they always stay up, and then that won't be so much of a problem anymore. So you're never gonna want to tint them unlatched where they can just freely go up and down. Always latch them. Leave the doors open. Tint them as is. We'll do the same thing on this one. Just smash something. I don't know. I don't think it like you do it, and I don't think it actually makes me feel better. You just do it out of rage, and then you feel the same. Unless the problem is resolved, I think, at that point. You're onto something. Do they have templates that you can just cut out and they fit perfect every time? You're definitely onto something. It might exist. And there might be slight problems with patterns. How much are you clearing per year now? You know, it's tough to even say. I'm genuinely unsure because I don't track it super well. There's just money, and then I need things to pay for, and then I use money, and then there's like, so there's always like money coming in and money going immediately right back out into like something. Whether that be bills, extra things for the stream, personal business stuff, like there's always things. So I'm not entirely sure, but things are going better than they did last year. Last year we just moved into here, and now we've been sustainable, and things are just kind of moving, self-supportive, and it's happening. So that's good. Would you buy something like that to make your life easier? I may already have one, and it may not have made my life easier on this car. Hey, I think we got it. Where do you advertise? Where people are looking? Generally, I don't have paid advertising right now. I just... It'd be a blueprint to any car window. I'm sorry, but they exist. They're called plotter systems and plotter software. And I have it. And it only works so-so. There's a lot of different systems out there we talk about a lot of times. Hang out, you'll learn something about them. Putting the business before this stuff. Is that same fucking... Oh no, it's staying down. I think I'm learning. There's something there. Here too. There's like, it's a glass problem actually. At least I think. Sure seems like one. Fuck you. God damn you. It like stays down for like 2 seconds and immediately wants to like pop back up. You son of a bitch, you. But it's staying clean. Alright, I think we can get it. There's something with the glass. There's like a slight rubber edge. It's not playing nice. So, I'm not crazy. There's something with this glass that is just butt right up at the end. And a couple of times we got it perfect. And there's just a couple of times that we're like a micro teensy bit different, I guess. I don't know. There, I think it's going down now though. We just gotta be really careful here. So what we're gonna do, I think we're at the point where we can just like mostly get this dry, because this will be done in pretty much like 2 stages here. First stage is getting it on and most of the stuff squeegeed out. And then the second will be touch up, where it's gotta dry, and then we'll make sure it's all pressed down, because water is gonna keep seeping into some of these areas. Like this right here. Blacked out. Oh. I don't know why. Battery died, I guess. We've been lollygagging for way too long here. Yeah, battery died. You can hear it. Alright, well, I'll be back to fix it in a minute. You love to hear the grunts and the groans and the struggles. Tell me about it. Son of a bitch. Alright. Yep, she did. Oh, dang. That kind of sucks. That's a new battery, too. Take this moment to appreciate what blind people go through. I wore the wrong attire for this too. Hang on. Can I just say, I love the design, but I don't like pullover hoodies. It's always like a conscious decision to not wear them because of jumping in and out of a back window of a Mustang or something like that. Whoa, what the heck? Does it just do this now? GoPro must have had an update. So, where's my door handle? GoPro must have had an update because it never just jumped into the screen. I always had to like throw it through a couple of screens first. So there's like a corner that's flipping and it's just wet. So it's got to dry before it'll stick. The best thing to do is just leave it alone, unless we want to try and cut it again. So we're going to lower the whole back, and then we're going to leave it alone and cross our fingers that that we can come back to it and it'll be okay. Because the worst, oh God, it's such a dumb problem to have. I hate this about tint, is like an edge flips up and it carries the water with it. So it's always sitting against the glass until it dries here. So it'll pull the water up with it until it's completely dried out, and then it'll lock down. Every time you swipe it, it'll just keep coming back up. So in distributing stream, we were talking about merch. Brought up that make a zip hoodie so Matt would want it. It's true. I don't like non-zip hoodies so much. Like, I appreciate that hoodie very much, and I like to wear it here and there, but it's not work functional. It's just not. When you're moving around, you need something that you can just like that's breathable. And that is not, you're just always enclosed. So if you're not doing a lot, it's okay. But if you're jumping in and out, and it starts getting warm, you're having a bad time. All right. Should we start this too, or can we just do this? Say goodbye. So the best way to do these quarter windows is to get the top out of the way. And then wow. Go to push the key, and like my foot is basically off the brake, and then it just wasn't enough for it to start, so we started it right at the end. Would you charge more for an expensive car like a Rolls or a Bentley? Well, you have more liability when you're doing something like that, so you might want to. There are still things in that category that I don't, and I probably should. But if it's like a really straightforward car and I know what I'm getting into, but it's when there's something that's like more expensive and it might be the first one you're doing and you're not really quite sure what you're getting into. Would like a mechanic charge you more to work on a car like that? People never seem to want to pay more though, but you just quote them. Zipper hoodies always have that awkward bulge bend around the waist area. You just leave them unzipped. I don't know. I never actually like leave a zip hoodie zipped. Not really. Keeps you warm, and yeah. Zippers in cars don't make. Just don't like lean up on the car with zipper. Oh, hi. Cannon. My wife showed up. She's up front right now. You guys would be like, bring her on stream. She doesn't want to be on stream, but I'd love her to come on if she wants to. But, gonna it's like peeking through the window. Okay, we got this. I have a carbon price, I have a ceramic price. Either pay it or don't pay it. Yeah, but it can be tough. Like, I get it. The conversations about it are always interesting, and I've had a lot more perspective. It's just, most people don't, like, they're just, it's an impulse thing. They want tint, they want it now. Or at least like a lot of people can be. There's a crowd that wants tint, they want it now. Just like a lot of things, they decided, and once they decided, it's like you're either getting them done today, because they just gotta have it now, and if you aren't there to facilitate it, you're just losing out on that business. But you might not want that business, and I generally don't. But just because that's me, I worked for plenty of companies that accommodated all of that. God, we don't want to drop that. So carbon versus ceramic, we talk about it a lot. Biggest difference is heat. So it's made with carbon versus made with just dyed, like it's all in the material that's in it, so it'll block out more heat. And because it's made without dyes, theoretically it's more color stable, but we sell color stable dyed films too, so like the main draw is heat protection. So there's not like a huge pricing difference either. So what do you think? Do you think this is going to go okay, or do you think we're going to have an aneurysm? It's color stable, meaning it won't fade. Yeah, and it's a term that I'm tired of using. Like, I say it too much, like people know what it is. It doesn't, like, it just... Like, I just, like, say it over the phone, and, like, nobody knows color stable. It's just like... Okay, dyed film, like okay film, okay tint, sounds good, I guess. But I'm just, I think it's a term I personally overuse a lot, but it's good stuff. And the warranty basically means that if there's any problems with the film, like it's covered by the shop or manufacturer. Like definitely the shop will take care of it, but manufacturer is supposed to then take care of the shop that has the problem with the film. So it's to alleviate any concerns. So when you install something on somebody's car, you don't want it coming back in 2 or 3 years and it looks discolored, purple, bubbly, different. You want it to look just like it went out. Time goes quick. So, and then especially when you get into pricing on it, that's where it gets incredibly expensive really quick. So like, people with cheap cars generally get caught up in these problems of they underpay early on, and then they need somebody to fix the job, and whoever did it initially is then gonna charge again to redo it or something like that. And they're just calling around trying to find the next cheapest place to do it. But, you know, they didn't pay much in the beginning. It's when you want something to perform like a high-end film, but you don't want to pay that price for it. That's where you get into a bunch of issues. Generally, you don't get both. It's one or the other. Making up some time, or actually feel like we're tinting something. How many did I say? I said about 3. Maybe a little longer. Give myself 3 hours for a coupe. Good God, that's an eternity. Still can't get it done. I need to just hop on, do the car, and then whatever time I have to spare afterwards, so I don't get stressed out, if that's the case. Ugh, what a nightmare. Like, it just feels like it, right? Just want to do a good job. How do you hold the rolls? We've talked about it, bud. I've answered it like once really, really well. Rewind. Hold them harder. I'm not sure if I should stick with Ceramic Pro that only has carbon or ceramic, or switch with Geo that has all 3. Huh, that's a good question. If you're having, what I would say is you don't need to switch to carry Pro Classic. You don't have to be all encompassing under one film brand. If you're happy with Ceramic Pro, then just stick with them. They're taking, like, there's, makes sense that they wouldn't have a color stable. They're a ceramic coating company. They're like a higher end brand, and they're getting into like the film space. So like, yeah, I mean, I'd just stick with them. I think that's fine. If you're picking up Pro Classic and adding it into your catalog of stuff to help to facilitate like a cheaper price or something, like what I would say is just buy it if you want, or buy, you know, in the main shades and just have it available. But what you're trying to sell is your carbon and ceramic, and then you bring up a more affordable option if you feel like you need to. I don't think you have to switch entirely just to carry all of them. If you're happy with them, just stick with them. I don't think you'll go right by them. But I haven't used them. Really want to switch over to Geo, but man, pricing compared to what is a lot. Well, if it's too much for your business and it's not, the pricing's not there, then don't switch either. Like, don't just switch just to switch. I use it because I have to use something. Like, it fits my business. There's other film companies out there for good reasons. Geo isn't only the answer, and there might be things about it that you don't like compared to what you're using. So like, things will look one way on this channel, and then you might get it and just be like a little bit surprised, or like, oh, I wasn't expecting that, or just like get some, play around with it. Or maybe you have done it and it works really well for you, but again, the pricing is just not there. If it's just like, if it's too much for your business, don't ruin your business over it. Because I talk a lot about charging a pretty fair rate. or like charging whatever makes sense for your business. And I try to be, God, I'm not even the highest in my area, but like, there's just a lot that I hear that are like way underpriced in my opinion. I wouldn't tint quite at those prices, but it's like, I'm not where you are. I'm not your business. So don't feel bad about it. I've tinted for places here that charge less and would argue with me tooth and nail about pricing, but they stayed busy. And then there's some places that had problem with it. So if it's just like you're staying busy, you're happy with the way things are, you wish you were charging more or you wish you were making more money off of it or whatever, like you still have room to move up, and you might just have to do it gradually or whatever the case. But like, don't just feel like you have to like switch into something that's kind of like out of reach. Yeah, it's definitely not the brand. Not the brand that makes the shop run, absolutely. It's you. It's you, it's your business. You want to provide the best for your customers, but your customers are the one that is buying the film for their cars. So while you might, like, that's a double-edged sword there. You think what you want to install is the best option for them, but it might just be out of people's budgets. So they just like, yeah, they want the best, but they'll just go with second best or whatever's more affordable for them, right? And that is how it is. It's tinted windows, dude. Like, we cheap out on so many things. So I always try and push for better because I think that we all can try and do a little better. But that's because there's not a lot of examples of it. So I try to be one, I guess. But I have my own problems too. Use Lexan Carbon and I have no complaints. Well, that's great. It's good for your business. I've seen cars come back. I've seen cars come back with like films that I'd be a little sketched out on, but they're still using them today and like whatever else. I'm not saying those are coming back. It's sorry, just like a rough example of like, I've seen stuff come back, and that's why I personally stay away from like lower priced films in general. I don't like taking those chances. But if it's working for your business, it's great. That was probably an obnoxious way to say it, but I swear it was coming from a good place. Like, I just want to see people turn out good work, make money, and do whatever is working well for you. Oh my God. Oh, why couldn't we do that the first time? This isn't my day. Fuck me, dude. I just can't tint. I'm out. I'm retired. I don't even feel like I'm really doing this right now. Son of a bitch. What's your opinion on Concord? I haven't heard of them. Or you might be going down to help Alligator. Maybe. We talked about it a while ago. He's getting a shop built. Time moves fast. So whenever he gets that built, we might be heading down there. Sounds like a fun thing to do. Karma, man. Now you feel like that guy in the video. Too true. I just can't tint today. Holy shit, a Mustang of all things. He posted a video going over shop plans. Nice, very cool. I haven't seen it. Yeah, he's got one built. Should be pretty cool. I need like a hard reset today. This is not it. We've got a full Taurus on Friday. That'll be my hard reset. This is just... I smoke my weed and let the rest happen. I like, don't even know how much time I really feel like I have, but I feel like I have no time, so it's like extra stressing me out. This was me the other day on a 98 S10. I did a carbon promotion and had this type of time tinting the winner's car. Oh God. I remember those. One of the, like, Sun Distributing, their tint shop, they would give away full tint jobs, or like they had like a drawing. And people wouldn't even know that it was really a thing until like they're at the checkout. They'd be like, pull a ball out of the thing. and then they did. And then I swear, there were so many. I would just hear on the phone. I'd get a phone call. I'd be like, guess what? We just gave away a full ceramic job. And I was like, why the fuck would you do that? Because they won. Watch one of your videos and then watch your live stream. Oh, that's cool. Yeah, that's how this whole shindig works now. I was wrong about live streaming to some respect. I misunderstood what YouTube was gonna do, and what they're doing makes a lot more sense. So I think they did for like a little bit. YouTube was doing like this live streaming push, and I think they were starting to feature channels that just did more live streaming. But now that it's had a chance to kind of like figure itself out a little bit more, what's really happening is it's a complement to a video channel. So it's like a supplementary thing. As channels kind of do what they do, they put out videos, they put out good stuff, you watch them, you like them. They also stream. And then so you're more likely to like hang out with them, and it's just another means of making videos, and there's a handful of ways to do it off of live. Live is not the main thing. It can't be. And I'm really sad about that, but that's the reality of it. So all this work to like put together a really cool, different live stream type show, is like, as in YouTube terms, is only gonna do so well. And I had that reality a little while ago. But I have fun doing it most days. Maybe not today so much, but you know, we'll get there. All right. Which two lines of Geo are your most popular? Pro Classic and Carbon. So the most, like, this is generally what happens with most product lines and most businesses. You have 3 tiers, and generally people aim for the middle because it's your best value prop. It saves some money. It's not getting the cheapest. People don't necessarily want to overspend, but they don't necessarily want to feel like they're getting a bad product either. So it's like they'll take in some info, and as long as your pricing is kind of in line with it all, and there's enough little draws there, like they'll shoot for the middle. So you have a top tier for the people that are just like they're those people, right? You want to sell your top tier, but what you really should be focused on is like just making sure that a fair amount of people are getting your like middle tier, because then you know it's like it's going to be like your best value prop. How's the Zero video going? Is it trending? No, it's dying. It died real hard. It did decent and then fell off a cliff. Like probably anybody that's driving a car like that. Love you. Bye. Sorry. Oh, what a bummer. What a bummer, you guys. Wife stops by and then hangs out in the front and then leaves because I can't get a Mustang tinted. It's not like that. It's just work. And things are not going super fun. So we gotta do this. We gotta install it. And then we gotta then raise the top back up and touch up the back window. But I only carry 2 lines to keep costs down, plus I don't want to be cheap. Yeah, I can respect that. So like the other way in the window tinting world to do that is go all the way up as long as you can get one that you like, the super ceramics. Then you can stay high end across the board. And I'd argue a good color stable job is like, you can still cater to that. It's just, you know. But people don't always see it that way. But if you don't want to carry like anything but carbon and ceramic films, which I totally can understand and I've thought about myself, like get a super ceramic. Then you can have then you have your carbon, you have your ceramic, and then you never know. You might get somebody that goes, you know what? I'm gonna go all out on my ceramic. I'm gonna get that super ceramic. You're still working on the Mustang. You know what? Yeah, we are. So the back window is still being a little bit of a pain, but I think we're close enough on it. It's not. It's this particular one. It's got to be real fucking close. It's like not even a sliver wide, and you're having a light gap, or you're having overlap. It's so particular. This one's a little bit different from what I'm used to, or it's just been so long that I suck. So that's a possibility too now. Nothing in life is perfect. I'm still gonna take another look at Apex. They're talking it up a lot, and don't get me wrong, I love Geo. I noticed what I notice, and I'm probably more particular than most people when it comes to all of this now, but like this whole channel kind of puts me in that mood of being extra particular and like nitpicky and dumb whatever. I think if you never had tint and you got it, you'd probably be like super happy with it. It's a good film. But when you've seen other films and then you get it, at least the two that I've looked at, I'm just not stoked about. I think it's just a little more hazy, that's all. So, that being said, I'm going to take another look at it. They sent me another roll of the 50. You're so moody. So I haven't really felt like I don't get, like, summertime, that's when it's really going to become more of a problem or more of a question, is like ceramic. Where right now it's kind of just like I'm dealing with other stuff. It's not a big deal. But there'll come a summer day coming up where I'll want to probably carry something like that, and I just got to make sure. What happened with the film? Nothing. We're just taking a really long time to do a Mustang. Good God. Of all things, a Mustang. Should channel puts you in a mood? No, I'm not calling out anybody in particular. I just noticed this isn't up here. This is my Bluetooth thing. Oh my God, fuck me. That's the day I'm having. No, the channel doesn't put me in a mood. There's a lot on my plate right now, and the stream sometimes just doesn't go super straightforward, and especially when you have what I would consider a very straightforward car, and I just can't seem to get things going quite right. Just in this constant loop of like, what is today? Can I just get a hard reset on this? But no, we just gotta get through it. It's especially bad when you did stay home in some respect, right? And then you like come in and you're all like, yeah, we're gonna do a Mustang, and then it's just like, nope, you're not. How do you deal with customers blaming you for acid rain and scratches? Oh, if that's the case, then you eyeball the hell out of their car and document it before you ever touch it. If that's a problem, then you don't just keep doing the same thing. You must not be in a super fun clientele base. So what you're gonna want to do is walk out with a customer before you go to do the car. When they drop off the vehicle, take 2 minutes and walk around the car with them and point out all of that and go, all this is gonna look worse. Do it in a very nice way, but you need to make them aware of it, because chances are, I mean, they might have not even necessarily been really aware of like how much it was, and then you'll tint a car, and then they'll really start picking apart their own car, right? Because somebody else touched it. It was all fine until that one guy touched it. All right? It's their baby or whatever the case. So you need to just point out some of that stuff ahead of time and take some pictures or take a video, and there's no reason you can't do that. Always take a couple minutes with people. I've seen so many problems that could have been resolved or prevented from somebody, just customer walking in, guy takes the keys, yeah, it'll only take this amount of time, yeah, we'll have you in and out, yeah, whatever, and then just pick up the car and nightmare. So you probably just have to do a little bit more work. That's all. How was your day? Oh, I'm having a day. All right, I get too many of these questions. Sorry, I'm not calling anybody out in particular, but look, if you want to ask about getting a high-end ceramic, super ceramic film and trying to get it at a good deal, that is not, it's like, yo dog, is 150 grand a good deal for like a Ferrari? Like, dude, it's just, you're getting what is considered a top tier, best of the best film. It's just, that is what it is. Like, oh, I did a ton of research, I did this, did that, is this a good deal? Whatever it costs is whatever it's gonna cost. Everybody's gonna have their different prices for like ceramic and their different films. So area definitely matters, and will play into pricing. I don't know what to say about the pricing in particular.
Daniel Tapia super chatted $5 just
A
because
different
I have
Daniel.
days like that also. Thanks for the stream. Real live tinting.
There's another Daniel. Daniel Tapia, or Tapia, I missed it. Thank you so much for the 5. Because I've had days like that too. Well, I appreciate it. I know there's like a lot of people, like we've all had days like this, and I'm just like, I can get hyper stressed out at feeling like I'm a mile behind where I should be right now. And I hate that feeling. Even when I set aside time, we had this like loose time frame for like, I think he's gonna pick it up like at the end of the day. I'm gonna call him when it's all done. It's nothing about this is being rushed, but it's like I told him like about 3 hours. So I just hope he doesn't just walk in the door and like, oh, I didn't know. I just want it to kind of be done. My 10:30 appointment never showed up. It's been dead slow at my shop. That sucks. 'Tis the season. I've had lots of slowdowns, so I went a good part of the week without even getting phone calls. And then before you know it, the appointments start trickling back in, and it'll be busy again. But I don't know how long you've been in business for, but it's one of those things. It'll pick up, it'll slow down. And that sucks. It sucks that it's such a skilled trade. And then, some people always seem like they're busy. And you're like, why can't I just be that busy? I get super bummed out at that. It's like, I want to be busy enough all the time, but that's not the reality of business. So if you're getting into it, know that that's definitely a strong possibility for anybody, but it does get better. Usually with more time, more referrals, keep a good business if you hang in there. Generally, like, you'll be busier the next year. Like, it'll progressively get better. I've had it happen to me on a mobile job. Ooh, that's the worst. Because then you have to be somewhere else too. Oof. Yep, I've had that. Those people that show up half an hour late, done it on mobile, and then I got another appointment I got to run to, and it's like, okay, I waited you got a choice. You refuse to do the work that came in, and then you miss out on the time waiting around, or you suck it up, you bust out the job, risk that it doesn't turn out as good as you want, and then you're running behind on the other ones, and you're just hyper stressed out. I always had a real hard time separating, like, just calming down and separating stress. It's really, really difficult for me to do. I might sound calm, screaming on the inside a little bit, but I don't have that much to stress me out about work like I used to, where it's like, it's one reason I try and set things up the way that I do. Because, like, when it's busy, I can book more appointments. But I'm starting to choose not to. Like, I had another guy, like, he wanted to get in today, and I said, no, sorry, I can get you in tomorrow. He's like, oh, really, you can't get me in today? Could I? Yeah. Yeah, I could have. But I'm just pretending everything's going to be okay. And I would have gotten done one way or another, but, like, would have been even more hyper stressed out about it. And it's like, it's not, I got to keep reminding myself, that is not why I set this place up the way that I did. So I lose jobs over it. But it's growing. It's slowly growing. It's doing good. We're making moves. This top edge seemed to turn out nice, so I appreciate that, Mustang. That's why I like booking things next day. I learned that way too late, and I never had a shop that would. Sorry, I'm going to shut up for a sec. Ooh, that went nice. Yay. Yeah, what was I saying? I forgot. I said whatever. What a day. Oh, next day appointments. This is like a weird thing, and it makes sense when you hear it, but it's like there's two sides to this. So somebody calls, they want an appointment, and they want an appointment that day. And I totally get it, and I'd love to accommodate that. And a lot of times, yeah, that was a way of doing business. That's the way that a lot of the shops I tinted for do it, and that's the way that some of them still do it. And I don't really have a problem with that. I think if you're set up for it, that's just, yeah, of course. You got somebody calling you, yeah, bring them in, whatever, it's money. But what I notice on the flip side of that is there's a lot of people that want to get it done now, but if they can manage to wait a day and get it done tomorrow, or like it's just not the most urgent thing. They're like, yeah, I was just calling to get pricing. Oh, it's okay. You can't get me in today. How's Friday? It's like, yeah, sure. No problem. It's like they are an entirely different person. And I would rather do those than try and like just the person that's got to get it done now is just like, they just drive me crazy one way or another. Their car's broken down. Their car sucks. I don't know. I'm just trying to overly generalize. They're not all like that. But like they show up late. There's just a world of difference in between some people sometimes. So not trying to sound rude or anything, but good God. It's happened so many times that it's just like, if it's earlier in the day and somebody calls and is like, hey, can I get in the afternoon? It's like, there's a good chance they would have been fine. But I just don't want to take that chance anymore. And I have enough other things that I'm like, having a good time and trying to do all that stuff, and then it's like, yeah, I'll schedule you tomorrow. I've like got things that are already on my to-do list for today. But it's like those things don't necessarily just pull in the dollars. The tint work pulls in the dollars, so then it's like, well, I can stop doing this and I can go do that. But then you just run into that same issue again where it's like, now I'm hyper stressed. So just know there's a difference there, and I didn't know that until much later. And it's not with everybody, and different areas will probably be different. But even businesses that I tinted for would be like good businesses. No problem pulling in most of their customers same day. But they probably had time to develop that customer base. But now that I think about some of it, I was unintentionally doing this for a long time, because when you schedule days for shops, those people are then scheduled a couple days out. So those are the people that'll wait anyways. So when I would do mobile work, a large amount of my client base was already people that were generally mostly patient. And I guess all these little differences, they matter. So my experience will be different from yours. How do you prevent microfibers from getting crappy? Well, if they feel good in the beginning, don't wash them with dryer sheets. Leave the dryer sheets out. Dryer sheets and heat will ruin them. So the dryer sheets I've noticed are the biggest ones. Just don't use them. They coat. The Rag Company, check out their channel. They sell lots of microfiber stuff, so they give out good microfiber towel advice. These are like the Costco ones anyways. They're plushy, they're good, I like them. Probably could be better ones, but whatever. Anyways, they're, as soon as you coat the little microfibers with something like a dryer sheet, they suck after that. So heat could be the detergent that you're using, but I don't know. Those are like the only things that I know about them, is those types of chemicals will screw them up, and heat will also screw them up. So if they were okay and then they were not okay, chances are it was one of those. Maybe they're just super cheap. I don't know. I forget about this back window. It's nice to not think about it. Just did an Audi yesterday. Convertible. Oh yeah, they'll be the same. Basically. Same type. Oh shit, I should have done these a little different. Yep, because that edge is gonna flip now. And I'm gonna flip. Damn it. Is Downey messing up my towels? I don't know. I just know for microfibers, and I can tell immediately because I was like, oh, really? And then I washed them without. They were fine. And then one day we accidentally used a dryer sheet on them, not even thinking about it. And I was like, wow, these feel like shit again. So yeah, it's definitely a thing. Did I save that? Or is this, it just locked up on me? Because I'm not paying attention. Ooh, we got it. We got it, boys. So these quarters are pretty straightforward. They just have this edge here. If you cut them out exact, they'll overlap on the far edge, and you don't want that to happen. You want them to sit just inside. So you've got a nice like ceramic border here with plenty of space there, or with just enough space. So cut this, shift it over. I think I just cut it all exact, and that was like an oopsie, but we might have fixed it. So if that's the case, that's real good. Big happy. I didn't know that about fabric softener. Well, I use it on all my clothes, because like, you can tell if you don't use fabric softener on your clothes, but there's just something about the like microfiber. They're microfibers, like that's what it is, and I'm regurgitating what I heard off of the Rag channel, so please go check them out too. Heat and softeners will coat the fibers and make them like greasy and crappy. So, seemed to be pretty accurate to me. So, and also heat. Some people are really particular, but generally, I just don't like have your dryer on super heat. So they'll take longer to dry, and they might turn out better that way after you wash them. Yeah, Rag Company is good company. I haven't used them much, but I've heard a lot about them, seen videos and stuff, so I can, well, at least be pretty confident about that. Cool. I'd say that looks pretty gnarly. We got one more quarter window, and then we got a scary back window we gotta fix. It's 3 o'clock right now. We're not doing too bad. Just touch up on that back window that's got me like all on edge. Nice. Okay, so bad for bath towels. Yeah, I heard that part. I don't know. I mean, I have to imagine that, like, the multi-billion-dollar world of fabric softener, they're probably good for most things. It's just weird that it's not for microfibers. So maybe it's not the greatest thing for your towels either. I don't know. I'm not a fabric specialist here. Over drying is the #1 reason for clothes wearing out. Dude, tell me about it. Holy crap. I get so mad at my shirts. We used a dryer at normal heat. And yeah, I noticed, like, some companies you buy clothes from, and then, like, I mean, you know they shrink, but then they, like, keep shrinking, and you're like, what the fuck? So we actually used a steamer the other day and restored some of our, like, sweaters that we bought recently. But it's like, you can't beat the convenience of a dryer. I don't want to leave it in there for 5 years drying. Like, ugh. So maybe fabric softener too. Maybe it's all a scam. We dry all our clothes out on low heat. How did this become a discussion about fabrics? That's good. These are things that, like, I exhaust so much, like, brain power over now. I'm like, I don't want to have to learn about how to wash my clothes. Just throw them in the wash, call it a day. We got too many other things to learn. And then, next thing you know, got to figure out how to learn about. Weren't you just talking about the part? No, sorry, I'm not trying to give you a hard time about it. I just, like, good God. I'm like, we're just talking about microfibers, and then we, like, breaking down the clothing industry in some way. Just like, yeah, if we use too much heat, they go to crap. And I'm like, why is that a thing? I just want my clothes to be done. We gotta having enough problems on a Mustang. So why do people get cheap tint? Because they have to put too much brain power on how to wash their clothes still in 2021. Wouldn't dryer companies want to, like, try and protect your clothes better then, so you buy a better dryer? 90% of the world air dries? That can't be right. Travel. My wife is from the Philippines. I've seen them air dry. I know. This is the land of convenience and easiness. I air dried my clothes out there. Leave my underwear dangling in the breeze. But you know what? They weren't as soft. They weren't as soft. But they also fit, so there's that. Don't they just make this is where tinners get really ignorant, right? Like, why is tinning so expensive? Don't they just make clothes that work with high heat? Huh? Isn't there a fabric that just does well with high heat? Why we gotta use fabric that shrink with high heat? It's like tint sticking to a dot matrix. It's just the way it is. It's cheaper. I associate the word work with work, and I don't work. I have fun. No, I'm kidding. So I got into tinting in like a roundabout way. I didn't seek it out. So my dad owned a auto accessories company called Ameristar. He had a business partner, and the business partner's son was around my age. He learned how to tint, and then he taught me how to tint through some side deal and desperation from my dad's company. So that's kind of how I got started, long story short. But I kind of just was like brought into it. I didn't really have to like seek it out. But that being said, it wasn't super easy for me either, because it was like I was taught, and then I just like was on my own after that. So there's a lot of people that just figure everything out on their own. I had the luxury of like kind of working with the shop, but it wasn't a tint shop. It was just an auto shop. So it was kind of like I had some support and some guys that would help me out with certain things, as far as like, you know, oh, if a car is going bonkers, they can figure out what's wrong with it, or, you know, we can sort it out as a company rather than me completely out on my own. But there was plenty of days that was like, you know, just because I was the owner's kid did not mean I had it easy by any means. Tried to take a day off one day, and I got yelled at. I was sick, and because I didn't get a doctor's note, I got an ass chewing that day. So, but yeah, we had a window tinter. He dropped out, and then they brought in a guy to help teach me, and then I've just been learning from everybody. Did you charge the same for these quarters as the doors? It's like a group pricing. I don't get individual pricing. I really don't. It's a vehicle. It should be treated as a whole. So I understand like some people piece them apart per window, but that's where this gets like nickeled and dimed, and I hate that. It's like you're paying for an overall service. Like you bring your car in, the whole thing will get tinted, or whatever windows you want will get tinted, and they'll be like, if you only need certain windows tinted, we can adjust the pricing versus a full vehicle. But like there's also like what I'd say a package deal. When you're getting the whole car, this is kind of what like the whole car price. I'm not gonna like break it down window by window. I've dealt with too many like there's too many little like nitpicky things, like, oh, this window's bigger, oh, this window's smaller, oh, this one's like, this is what the car costs, we'll do a good job. And then if they want to like, because I've had a couple of people on the phone, not much, but only a couple of people here have called and like, oh, how much for this? Oh, and what if I want to do this? And it's like, dude, what do you really want? I'll like cut them off. I'll be like, what do you actually want to do on your car? I'm not going to piece it apart like that. So they're trying to get like the best deals on certain windows, or figuring out how to like work the price. Oh, well, he's charging $20 for these, so that means if you just like slowly start asking for these ones, it'll all be cheaper. Get out of here. That's the way I look at that. So it's part of a package deal. So the car is what, 240? Because it's just a straightforward convertible. Same as the sedans. No, sorry, 320. This is carbon. This isn't Pro Classic. My bad. This is 320. Sorry. I forget. It's been a day, too, so I'm a little touchy right now. It's been a day with the Mustang. All right, now everybody's fun part. All the windows that immediately get tinted go down. Then we get our head bashed in. Top goes up. Car goes off. So, it's never fun to have to do that, but with a convertible, you kind of have to do that. How long does it normally take you? Way too long. So a normal car should take no more than like 2 hours, and then for whatever reason we screw it up sometimes and take way longer. If I'm like off stream, give me 2.5 hours and your car will be ready. On stream, that can be 2.5 hours, or 5 hours. Better to take your time. Customers don't mind as long as the quality's good. Yeah, within reason. If they if they didn't know, if they came to pick it up and it's not ready, then they'll get a little antsy. 2.5 hours to do a Mustang. Well, it wasn't supposed to today, but that's just kind of what happened. That's a broad brushstroke statement there. You can do them in an hour. I don't care. We've just had a not fun time with the bottom of this back window today. Windshield too? No. I'll add an hour for the windshield now. Dude, I'm like slow bean chill now. I'm slow roast chill. I don't know. I've tinted shops that all want it all now. People that want it now. I'm just like, I was always irritated because there'd be those days where you just can't put out. You just always felt like you were stressed out because of time. So I don't like doing that anymore. I was just kidding. Did I say I'm touchy? I'm a little touchy. Cause I come from like another world. Outer space. There's the shops that I've tinted for, and like this is like probably just ingrained into me at this point, and it's never gonna change. This all sounds good, right? Like slow is steady, customers appreciate quality, slow down, blah 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 blah. Well, the truth for a lot of businesses, they don't have that luxury. You have a couple of hours to do a car. If you're not doing them in a couple of hours, you're starting to lose money. Because shops gotta pay people, shops gotta charge what it's gotta charge to pay the bills, and like if they're not charging more than a couple $100s to do a job, that job needs to be done within a couple of hours, if not sooner. So like I've seen both sides pretty well, and I have a little bit more of a luxury with being able to spend more time. But that's definitely at the cost of doing more cars, so I either have to charge more or supplement income another way. So definitely two sides to everything on this. You're gonna see me now, like, I just look at this stuff too much. I'm too much in tinting. I forgot what it's like to just be like a regular shop sometimes, because like when I got my head down and streaming, I'm always really like conscious of like what I'm doing. So, I guess one of the problems is, like, I know this is so forward facing, the customer of a car might be watching this. And so, like, yeah, of course, I want everything to turn out extra nice, extra particular. So that's kind of like snowballed on itself. Where, like, some of these things I wouldn't have done earlier on and still turned out a really good result. Now we're just being extra nitpicky to the point where, but for the good of the job. So some things I feel like were more than okay in most situations, but I've, like, really stuck myself with a particular standard where, like, I want to make it perfect, or at least as perfect as I can get. Ugh. See? This right here now. What in the fuck? This back window. I just trimmed out, like, a real small sliver of rubber as well. I just don't think this is gonna want to sit. I thought it was the other side that was giving me a problem. Maybe I'm over-exaggerating. Yeah, what the fuck? It's almost dry. Holy shit. It's like that. I'm dry, and then I got that one little sliver of water that knocks up the edge, and the whole thing curves back up. It's just unreal how that can happen. I hate tint for that. It's so obnoxious. That's why bottom edges can give people such a hard time. So if you got like a real small amount of tension, unreal. If you got a really small amount of water tension, or like tension in the film, and you shrunk it a little bit, and you got water that just slivers under that edge, it'll cause the whole thing to go up. Time and time and time again until it's like 100% dry. The issue then is if it did that 500 times, every chance is a chance to introduce more water and dirt. So now I make a tough decision. Now I make a real tough decision that I don't want to have to make. Let's do it again. Son of a bitch. That's why I detest convertibles. Yeah. Yeah. This one in particular is like, there's something weird with this one. I'll say that. I've done Mustang convertibles and not had this problem. This one is just being a stickler. So right there. It gets real tight. That, I think it touches. And then here, yep, you got a sliver of rubber. Miata. I forgot about that one. See that? I can see a little better. That. So it's like in the manufacturing process of this, they have there we go. They got slivers of rubber around this entire edge that are just squeaking over. Okay. So what I probably think at this point is we can get it on the next try, and we're just not having fun. But we can get it. We'll get it. I think that probably was what really hung me up. So we're running into like the same little issue. So we either had it cut perfect. There we go. So the rubber's not really creating the tension. The rubber's creating little spots to hold water and keep the film lifted. And then combined with a small amount of tension when I shrunk it, doesn't give it a good chance to lay down. You know, any area that's touching something that is keeping it a little bit propped up, it's gonna cause the whole section to lift. Or can, anyways. Just not something we want. But again, we still have to cut this like dead exact. There's a very small amount of border for this to cling to and not show a gap and be perfectly fine. It's just about nailing it. If everything just lined up perfect, no problem. How do you unroll the film? Okay, I've had that question a couple times today. So, part of it helps when you're mostly through the film. So you gotta like keep the roll tightened so it'll start to like loosen up. Tighten it back up, hold it, give it a nice strong grip, and also like wedge it against your body. So like as you're kind of like unrolling it, it's kind of like you're letting it rest against like your hip. But it's one way to unroll film. Some people leave it on a shelf and measure out pieces. I think that's really smart. You're saving film more than me. Another way that you can do it is straight out of the box, and that was I don't understand that one. That one is just crazy to me. There's actually people that would leave it in the film box on the rollers, take the box and right on the car. Like, what? You can do that? Never got comfortable with that. So it's picking something and just sticking with it a little bit. You'll get the hang of it. But some rolls, like the C2, they have a little bit more. They don't have much static, so they'll kind of telescope on you real easy, and that's no good. You don't want that. But with the ceramic and the Pro Classic, those both have a little bit of static, so they hold together a lot better. So I can grab a 100-foot roll a little bit easier on something like that versus some of the other ones. But that's all. That's all I do. And the farther you get through that roll, the easier it'll get. When you've cut a window so many times in a row that you just want to like scream, you also feel like you understand it a little bit better. Because like, now what would be like, I don't know how this is going to look in there. Now you kind of do. You're like, oh, this should probably bow out a little bit more this way, or this cut should be a little farther this way or something. Still got to be pretty much exact, but again, little teeny tiny differences that hopefully will add up to make a nice pretty window. I feel like my light is probably going to die any second. Once we do the bottom, we gotta do the top. I think the top's worse than the bottom, even though the bottom is what I've had a problem with. Shit. I'm gonna hand cut on a convertible next time. Do it. So it depends on the convertible. There's a lot of them that are totally fine. This one is just, I think it's right in line with the Corvette. The Corvette convertible, I think, has the same type of border. Don't hold me to that, but I don't think this was the only one that had a border like this. I just remember the Mustang was extra tight, but usually pretty straightforward. Just, you gotta get it. Like, that's what, somebody's like, hey, how do you tint one of these? I'd just be like, yeah, just do it exact, you'll be fine. And then here we are, right? Better I can see, better that cut's gonna be too. I don't know. There's definitely part of tinting the way that I have been that I would say is not to my benefit. When I tinted a lot of cars every day, I was just generally faster. I knew how to handle situations a little bit better. I think I was quicker about everything, but I also didn't put the nitpicky detail work into it, but things were fine. Things are still fine. So, if need to go back to symbol for a couple of days and just get a refresher of like, oh, this is work. This isn't a tin shop, this is a circus. But we've got the rest of the car done. I'm less stressed. I always have the habit of doing the hard part first to get it done, and then I'm less stressed about the rest of the vehicle. But there's no problem with taking on the easy part as long as you know you can handle the harder part. There we go. What do you think? Do you think we'll get it again? So I'm gonna just try and keep tension off of this back window too. You don't have to shrink it much. So I'm gonna just try and be real light with all the edges. Just don't want tension. Don't want any overlaps, don't want any gaps. Need it perfect. This is always that happy part for me when we got this far and I'm like, yay, I can just slap it in there and we'll be done. Oh, I hope. Everybody will be like, did you see him? Did you see him get a Mustang convertible? Any tinter be like, what's hard about a convertible Mustang? Oh, is that not a hard one? No. Oh. Well, shit, he looked like a noob. He is a noob. Oh, okay. We're a noob today, boys. No, maybe somebody's lying somewhere, but there's people that'll put up work, no problem. They'll get them done quick. They'll put out good work, and they'll move on to the next one. It's not all smoke and mirrors. There's definitely some, but there's definitely some that front too. I don't have room to front here. It's, can't edit this. This is just as much as I want to hang out, I gotta leave. Oh dang. That means this isn't gonna turn out. Alright. Now, if this doesn't line up, I will officially be retired. Right? No more videos, boys. We'll all be done. I wish I could. Okay. Get a plotter out for that one. We tried. We tried a plotter, man. It was 10 times worse than this. It's okay. At this point, it's like people are just waking up in other countries and be like, Matt's still tinting? Should I just tint a full day? What the fuck is he doing? Alright, I'm gonna call it right now. Wow, there are a lot of people calling out Mustang convertibles. Where the fuck have I been? I don't even think I'd charge more on the next one. I'd just be like, yeah, I just need time with that back window, and I'd do the same dumb thing over and over again, right? But I don't feel like it's a Mustang. It's not a hard car. So what the fuck is taking me so long? This came back. Is this your second Mustang? Sure. Sure. Why not? What should I use for practice film? Go to Tint Depot. Is it hard to tint onto frost lines? No. I just think I'm a noob today. I'm still not blaming the car. A lot of people coming out with their hate of convertible Mustangs, in particular. Interesting. Yep, call me naive. I'm gonna stick to my guns on this one. I'm gonna say I suck. These are easy, even though I've had to do these 50 times today. It's just about nailing that cut. If you can nail it, you'll be fine. So that's what makes it annoying and tough and whatever. So yeah, it's not easy. I'm just memeing a little bit, but it is easy. It's not. It is. If it's like, you son of a bitch, going Crispix style, cutting on the inside. Okay, there is nothing wrong with cutting on the inside to trim it up. But if you're gonna use a box cutter, like a hacksaw, we got some issues to talk about, okay? So I wasn't trying to like come across overly hateful on that video or anything. In the video, I think the title, I had to kind of ham it up some, but the video didn't do very well anyway, so it doesn't matter. We were watching tint videos, and I just couldn't believe how like half-assed that video was, and then it was uploaded. And like, I get it. It was a long time ago, and I mentioned that too. But like, it's still up there, and it says like how to tint. And like, no, don't. That's not how to tint. Don't do it like that. There's like, you can use similar things, and you can get a good result. Just don't do it like this. So that's what I take issue with on a video like that. So I don't know. Just trying out a different thing. Gotta get them views, boy. We're hung up on like the same little dinky fucking spot again. All right. how to tint with all the wrong tools. But you can't, like, it's pointless, right? Like, I mean, I guess if you have a hairdryer at home or something, but like, that's kind of the point, is like, if you have all the wrong tools, like, there's a handful of easy, cheap things that can put out a significantly better job. So just buy the better things. It would be a satire. Yeah, but I don't know how to frame it so it'll seem that way, I guess. Like, I mean, I can joke around, like, what not to tint with. Might seem, maybe I'm just thinking about it too much. But that's kind of like the idea there. It's like how not to tint. And then, like, why? But I'll be honest. The channel as a whole is getting really tough for me to figure out. I made that silly video as like with the limo. It was a lot of fun to make. And then I just watched it like completely bomb. And that makes me sad. So I don't know. I'm still going to do videos like it because I don't expect every video like it to do well. But there's a significant amount of effort that goes into stuff like that. And it sucks when it bombs. So I just want to be able to know kind of like what's kind of worth making and what's not. So, or if I'm going to put that much work into it, I want it to be entertaining for me to make. So like, I intentionally filmed it like a video and posted it as a video because it was, but it was not as fun to make, but it was more fun to post. If that makes sense. It would have been more fun if it was live, but it was a lot of work. So you know what I mean? Like, if you guys could hung out while I was doing it, that's the way to do it. But I need to see both. I want a video that I do live like that to be able to perform well after the fact. So if you look at some of the biggest videos on the channel, none of them were live. Not at all. Not by any stretch of the imagination. Live doesn't do that well. So it's like that's why you like take the time, you make a video, and you make it as a video, and then that doesn't do well either, and you're like, oh, what the fuck. The traditional how to tint videos, there's so many of them, it's not the way to do it anymore. So trying a handful of like different things that I think are fun, entertaining, and I appreciate that you guys enjoyed watching the video. Take it down and re-upload. So you don't have to take it down. You don't have to take it down for it to do well, and I have examples.
Kevin Garibay super chatted $9.99. Nice. Thumbs up.
Nice. Thumbs up. Kevin, thank you so much for the 10. I really appreciate that. Thank you, thank you, thank you. So this will be good. We're actually within reach of this. We're gonna be within Mustang perfection reach here. So there's just a couple little touch-up spots, but it's all coming together finally. Yay. Anyways. So like, I'm glad that I can at least talk to you guys about some of this stuff too, because this is all stuff that we try and internalize and figure out on the back end. Like, you kind of feel like a little bit of a clown because you're trying to figure out what people are going to like. So it's a lot of song and dance and like, try this, try that. Figure out what works well on a broad market or a broad appeal, but still kind of keep it true to like what your channel's about. And to be honest, there's always that little thing in the back of my head that's like, Tint's so niche. I'm in the wrong subject. And that very well could be the case. But I really appreciate what this channel has to bring in terms of like, if you want a career, a job, a skill, this is a good one. This is still holds up. These do great. And Tint's always done real well for me. So if I'm gonna do a channel, I'm gonna look at it a little bit like a business and try and pair it with what I do here. So like looking at it longer term, like one of the reasons I set things up the way I did was so I could focus more on the channel. Well, I need to be confident that that was a good decision. And there's like, yeah, I can keep doing these videos and it's the right direction to continue in. But then when you post something like that, you constantly question what you're doing with your life. You're like, oh God, is this a wrong move? I don't know, I hope not. And I don't think it is. But I just wish there was a little bit more consistency with it. Because like, you know, if you put in the time and effort to like tint cars, then you know you can tint cars and make money. Put in the time and effort to make some videos, and then you post some videos, and then they just don't do anything. You're like, okay, they did do something, but now they're not doing anything, and now this one is, but now this one isn't. It's just like, what's going on here? I will say, as long as I can get these edges to lay down, it'll be good. This actually turned out really, really nice with enough pain and struggle and stuff. I'm trying not to fuck it up at this point. And perhaps I should probably just leave it alone. At this point, I think that's probably the right move. We just gotta add some heat, make sure, like there's there's 3 eyesores. There's this one, and then there's that little one over there. So it's still drying. So as long as we can dry those out undisturbed, it'll be fine. Everything lined up really good. We fixed it. All the edges are down. There's that little bit of like shrink tension. So we just got to slowly dry these out, and then they should lock down, and then we'll call it a day. But this takes time. This takes a while. Heat it up and like walk away for a little bit, have a sip of coffee. And then I feel a lot more confident. Like if somebody walks in the door and is like, hey, is the Mustang ready? I would be like, yeah, it'll be ready soon. I'm just drying out some edges, so we're all pretty good at this point. So, I don't know. Don't be worried about the channel. The channel's not going anywhere. But I do think about that stuff. Do you have to heat them up more when it's colder? Not really. It's healthy to like, or it's like, it's helpful to have them have a little bit of time. So if you, like, just leaving this in here with extra time to dry rather than pulling it out into the frozen is always good. And adding some heat is a good thing, but you don't need to. It's just, it'll make your customers a little bit happier because, like, it'll inconvenience them less. they won't really know how much less, but you know what you did. But this looks really good. I'm happy with everything on this, except that back window edge that we're still working on. So keep some heat, let it kind of just cool off and dry out, and the longer we can just not fuss with it, the less dirt is going to pick up. And if it were all dry right now, lock down, no problem. But when you keep screwing with it, ugh. Is that how you keep it from silvering? No, this is a Mustang. They don't have dot matrix on the convertible ones. Canon. Oh, I got a chair. I'm going to sit for a sec. It's 4. Good God. No, I didn't turn on the defrosters. That wouldn't really help. It's the edges that are just like plastic and holding water there. That's the biggest problem, is the water has nowhere to go but feed back into the film. So you kind of like wipe it out with the towel a bunch of times and it is still... Well, Could be YouTube's algorithm. One of my favorite streamers left Twitch, came to YouTube gaming. His viewer count is down compared to what it was on Twitch, just a thought. So that actually is a really good conversation that I know a lot about. And yeah, part is the way that YouTube algorithm work, but you can't be mad at it because it works really well. What YouTube is really good at is serving people what they want to see. You might not even realize it, and they don't always get it right, but they are always improving it. And so the truth of the matter is that I don't think it's a terrible video compared to a lot of the other stuff that I put out, but it just isn't catching. So I either marketed it wrong, or it's just not that interesting of a video. So that's just kind of the hard truth. So as far as like moving from Twitch to YouTube, there's like, you'll notice that most of my viewers are all on YouTube, but I still stream to Facebook, and the Facebook audience hasn't really grown in the Twitch. So it's like, you're not entirely wrong about like the algorithms, but there's, if you want to get a good audience on YouTube, you have to be posting good videos. If you want a good audience on Twitch, you kind of have to like make good videos and then send that audience to somewhere else. So it's like you constantly need to have stuff that is feeding where you want to be. It's basically marketing. So to like hot platforms, his audience was used to watching him on Twitch, and you might think they all just jump over to YouTube. Well, it's actually kind of a lot to get people to go from one platform to another. So just switching from Twitch to YouTube, I think, is a positive move. His view count might be down, but I think he's got a better opportunity, at least on YouTube. But there is more competition there too. So more viewers, more competition. And people are so used to the same things. It's kind of sad. Like everybody's a gamer doing gaming videos. Everybody's doing like the hot thing. So it's hard to stand out when you're doing everything that everybody else is doing. So just got to be more entertaining or make better videos or whatever else. You're never sure as a creator. There's always making stuff and crossing your fingers that people like it. But that being said, I guess this is the first time I'll say it. I've been thinking about doing some type of a membership thing for a long time. Been thinking about it for like over a year. But not with the videos. And I think it's got to be a little bit more expensive too. So I still, like, this is why I'm always trying to like, what am I trying to say? So I've thought about doing this for a long time, and I don't have it completely ironed out yet, but I've got really good ideas of how I think it'll be really helpful. I don't want to gate the content. That's not the idea, and I'm not going to do that because I don't think even that's a smart thing to do. But I do think I've had so many questions about training opportunities and just like talking. So I kind of want to have some type of a program where I will be available in like a Discord video thingy for more like not just one-on-one but like group conversations and stuff. So I'm still trying to figure it out. I've been thinking about it for over a year, and I think it's a right move to do based on everything else, because this channel is really helpful to people that are trying to do it. And so if we have to do things a slightly different way to still achieve a similar goal, then that's what we have to do. So I got this little guy. Don't worry about that little guy. Everything else is looking really good. So like what I'm saying is like I'd love the channel to be self-supported on views alone. But that wasn't the case. That's one reason why we had to pull in sponsors to keep doing this. But I don't think gating videos is the way to go. But I do think one of the super valuable things is being able to talk to anybody else in this industry. And you can do that through live stream. Like you can ask me whatever questions you want and I'll try and answer whatever I can. You can super chat them too. Like I'll try and answer pretty much anything and everything. But what I don't have time for is to hang out off stream without it making some sort of sense. Basically without the time paying for itself. Or else I gotta go do something else. So that's where like a membership thing would come in handy. So I don't expect there to be a lot of people to sign up for it either. But the people that would, it would be really helpful for. But it would strictly, like the main reason, I thought about so many things. The main reason is just being able to hang out with a limited group of people and actually work through problems. But, so, I think I'm going to do it here sometime. Like I've wanted to do classes. But I want to be sure that I can commit to it being like a longer term thing and not just like a fun idea and then it kind of like falls flat. So as long as I got all my ducks in a row with it, we'll probably do it. So one of the cooler things that I've seen lately is this doesn't make sense. I think there's something. Oh, maybe it'll work. Have you ever thought about process of setting up a business? What? Yes, I have a business. But anyways. So it's got to be, I don't know, it's got to be limited in some capacity, but there's been like a couple of really cool things that I've been a part of lately. In the Facebook group, there's been some people that are now trying their hand at live streaming and then making like group live streams. I think those are super cool. So I'd like to see stuff like that continue. So it's not exactly that idea, but like I wanted to just like sit in front of the computer for a little bit and stream before or after the fact, and I really don't have much time to do that today. I thought I would, but I don't. So I want to be able to like hang out with some people and like we can talk about whatever's going on with their business, and I'd stream it, but it's not gonna do well. So, but it's gonna be really like it's not gonna do well overall on the channel, but it'll be really helpful to the people that want it, and that's why I'm like, this makes a lot of sense to do. Just a little bit of I don't know, imposter syndrome about it, I guess. But it's like people pay to go to classes and stuff like that, and this is like something in between there. One of the biggest benefits of physically going to a class is not seeing somebody tint a car. It's literally talking to the people that tint cars. So basically facilitating that in some type of like online fashion makes a lot of sense. Oh, we're so close. I think we are oh so close. We have that little nubbin right up there. Everything else is pretty much ironed out at that point. So once we get that down, we'll be good to go. This is that long, tedious process of like letting a window dry out. And yes, it does take this long. It'll look dry and there'll just be like a little bit of something hung up there. And then sometimes letting it cool down after the fact is also really helpful. So you heat it up and you let it cool back down. So we'll let it just kind of like hang tight for a minute. Canon. What's the Facebook group? Oh, I'm not getting messages right now. Hang on. $30K members in your Facebook group. If 10% paid 5, it would be 15 and even 1. And it's not going to be that like that. There's not going to be that many. It's like I'd argue like how many people watch the live stream at one time. It's cool, but I think the numbers are like far lower. Can't even get 30,000 people to look at a post. All right, here's a link to the Facebook group. I'll post that. Just one sec. Here you go. Check the chat. You'll see a link to the Facebook group. It's window tint stuff on Facebook. Yeah, dude, I'm working on a car. Hang on one second. Let me sort by recent posts. So we got this. Wow, they really make this skinny. Yeah, I'm pretty sure he hasn't posted. It's not even there. What? Is this a spam thing? Did we just catch one? Ugh, get out of here. Well, we caught one live. It is there. Is it? Three hours, 4 hours. There's mine. It doesn't look like it's been posted on window tint stuff in the past 4 hours. No. we got convertibles going on right now. We call it BS. We don't see it. He said it was removed. Add at least 10 characters to it. So, like, this is that 1% tint. We remove all shared posts that don't have any text with them because it's a spam thing. Or we can unblock it and you can just make it available again. Oh, the other one is because it's less than 1 month old. Oh, you're right. I forgot you said you don't do Facebook, so you just made a Facebook account. All right, you gotta wait 60 days. That's another spam thing, and I can't change it. So it's been approved. Okay, let me... Look at that. You should feel special, man. Under 60 days being approved. It's a group rule there. See, we don't hate. There's just lots of people that try and take advantage of it. So there's a few like preventative measures that we had to take. And they're kind of like auto Facebook things. Like there's so many accounts, bot accounts, that repost random stuff, like weird videos, unrelated, just to get views so they get ad revenue or something like that. It's like an Indian business or something. Like one of those click farm things. Holy hell. I lost my earbud too. I lost my earbud, bud. I don't know if it posted, probably. If somebody said they saw it and they approved it. Oh, there it is. Hey! ProTech 1. It's good, cheap film. Here we go. That's a hell of an edge there, too. Nice job. Looks clean. Yeah, that is dumb dark, man. Congrats. You got your post through. Yeah, that is stupid dark. Very clean edge on that. So, good job. Yeah, we used to have like kind of like an unwritten rule about posting dark films. I don't care as much anymore. I think posting a 5% windshield for a customer is stupid, but we had a meme video the other day, so whatever. So like, how long have you had it? Installed it more than, let's say, a year or so? Because that's where some of that stuff, like cheap, silly dyed films will like fail. Like, you know, if you look at a car like a year down the road, sometimes with really, really cheap dyed films, that's where it'll be a real problem. So like in the beginning it's fine, and then I'll start to lose color. About 15 months. Oh, okay, that's not too bad. Passed that initial year test. Good deal. HP, 20% goes on most windshield, is dark. All right, I'm good. It looks the same because there's no optical clarity or whatever. It's just pure blackness. That's fair. You just can't see through it at all. Sometimes it's hard to tell that from a camera because it's always adjusting for exposure. So like, even in my video, the 5% looked like the double 5 started to look light. But if you looked at just the 5% or double 5 on its own, it was like stupid dark. But then seeing it all together is like, oh shit. This stuff is funny. Oh, you can see through it. Oh, dang. Too many people. All right. We'll edit the post. Maybe it'll block it. Okay. Well, I think we got it. We spent all day on this thing. Let me wipe off the back. It's just getting those last little things to lay down. You guys are funny. Oh, there it is. Oh, okay. Yeah, see, it makes sense at 1%. Like, I mean, I put 5/5, and that's 0.0025. So that's like less than 1%. Notice how you got it after I sent out my thoughts and prayers. Yes, I do notice that. I also noticed that I did this like 50 times to get it in some sort of like nice state. It's probably the customer. Hello, Tint Studio. Yeah. Hey, actually, literally just wrapping it up now. Yeah, for sure. I intended it to have it done a little bit earlier, but they're just being extra particular about some stuff about it, so we just got it wrapped up now. So, you are... Okay, sounds good. I'll see you soon. Bye. GoPro died. Aww. I guess that's that time. Canon. Thank you for catching that. This is kind of a bummer. The GoPro is still on. David!
David Weimer super chatted $5. Big W for the back window. Hey, is Lexan any good?
Lexan. Lexan is a great film. And thank you so much for the 5. All my batteries are dead. Surprised that both of them died during the stream. That's kind of strong. Or surprising. But the GoPro is still on. It's about to not be, so we gotta throw it on the charger. 00 is what it says on the mirror. But thank you so much for the 5. I appreciate that. Yeah, sorry guys, this is gonna be kind of like a lackluster ending. I gotta just check something out quick. Nothing but sample rolls. I've known people that do that. Don't do that. Okay. I'll be back. I'm gonna pull this out. It's getting cold. We did it. See, now with the, now I want to put my hoodie back on. It's like, it's a pullover. It's annoying. Nobody wants to do that. But I like it. I still like it. I still wear it. Or else I wouldn't have it today. I actually tried to see if I could find a... I actually tried to find like a way I could put a zipper on this one because it's a pullover thingy. They can't do it in a zipper one. It's just the process. Anyone that don't charge for the tint job, how do you solve it? Was there anyone who doesn't charge for the tint job? How do you solve it? Huh? No, you charge everybody. You did a job. I mean, you might have, if you do a bad job or whatever and they're unhappy, you might have to do a refund, but I guess I don't understand entirely. Why did the car take 4 hours? What? 4 hours? That's crazy. Who takes 4 hours to tint a Mustang? Oh, it was the dumb back window. So, just extra particular. You can go back and watch the horrific 5 attempts. But basically that. It just took a long time because it was dumb. Because it was dumb. All right, now I gotta type them up. And then, oh yeah, I forgot we even had, like, not even a car on the title. We had, like, I'm super busy. Plotter problems. Actually would have helped out a lot, but like I said, I can't even fault the plotter. I mean, it was completely gapped, so that part's inexcusable. But I wouldn't have expected the plotter to get that close. You could have any number of small differences like that. With any number of jobs. So this should pop up in my Tint Wiz. Did it? Oh, it did. What? Oh, okay. I get how this goes. I totally missed that part. I was looking at the right one. So this was this should already actually be in there. Projects. Mustang. C2, save and close. So that's add price. My lips are like super dry right now. Project price. Save. Create invoice. There we go. Can I ask a question? Is that your question? Ha 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 ha. Yes, of course. I'm just sitting here. Take advantage of it. Licking tint ain't easy. That part of it is. Sticking it clean. I took over. I'm scheduling for classes. Are you really doing classes? Did you sell the Honda? I did. I got 3 for it. I just wanted it out of my life. Selling cars is so annoying. There's like, if you have, it's like you're trying to figure out how much your time is worth. And when you're trying to sell something in just a whatever marketplace, man, there are just so many people that are like, how about this? How about that? Blah, blah, blah. It's like, dude, it's a Civic with like 80,000 miles for like $3,000. Do you want it or not? It works, it runs, you can test drive it, it's totally fine. Do you want it or don't you want it? And there's so many people that will just waste your time. And I'm just like, I hate selling anything like that. This goes with like camera or like electronics, cars, anything in like a marketplace. It drives me nuts. Everybody wants to squeeze you for a penny. Yeah, that too. So it's like, what's your best price? I'm like, it's listed at that price. I'm like, no, what's your best price? And like, so I changed that. I get that. And then I raised the price, and then I would just say then $3,000. And then they would be like, how about $500? It's like, fuck off, dude. And then I'd have other people that would say, okay. And then they'd come out and see it, and then they'd say, okay, how about $500? And you're like, get the fuck out of here. I took over management of a tint shop. We've been shopping for software. Tint was one of our options, but we don't like there's so little customer support. Little customer support. They have like a live chat thing that you can use, and they're super quick to get back to people. I haven't had that problem. What's your questions about it? They even have like coaches and stuff. That's when I go up in price. There's like, so there's so many people that would just be like, I'll give you $100 for it, or 500, or 1,000, or 2,000 cash now. And then I would actually say like, okay, and then they just don't show up. And then there's people that would agree to the price and then say they're gonna show up, and then again, they don't show up, right? Like, so you have to find that person with like, he's just got a fire under his ass to get a car right now. And he's like, I got cash in hand, I want to get the car, and he's basically ready to buy it before he even gets there. And so I just kept like, no, until you find that guy that's just like, he's just not bullshitting you. He's just like, there's just a high chance that he's going to be there. Those are the people that I'd actually entertain for the car at that point. Because I just was so over it. People just like, oh, well, you know, I'm looking at 5 other cars today. I'll get back to you about it. And it's just like, yo, dude, you're buying like a $3,000 car with low miles. It's like impossible to find. Just like, and then they're still being nitpicky about everything. And this is what gets me about like, you're going to have the same thing with low price tint shops. $100, and that's dumb cheap, right? And you still have people go like, I'm over it. Will you take $1,000? You know, at some point, there were some lower offers that I was actually just like, yes, sure. And then they just didn't show up. Because it's just, they weren't going to even show up anyways for $1,000. They just like got somebody to say yes to it. And then they just like weren't serious about it. Like, oh, well, I'm maybe not. The other interesting thing about cheap cars too is like everybody wants them to be completely problem free. Nobody actually wants to buy a fixer upper. So like if it has one thing wrong with it, the 99% of the people that I was talking to were just like, well, can you get that fixed first before I buy it? And you're like, yeah, sure, for the money that it's going to cost, because that's why it's priced lower. And then just like not having it. We decided to sign up with Auto Leap because we were actually able to get someone on the phone. Oh, do they only do, was like that the biggest decision there? Like it's all like message based, and I don't know if they've got a phone service. You're probably right on that one. So if we wanted to set up a demo at TintWiz, they said that they don't do demos. We got some responses from TintWiz in the chat, but a couple times it'll take a couple days for them to get back to me. I'll copy this and I'll forward this over to them because that doesn't sound like TintWiz. I can ask them, like, what's up? Because I don't like to hear that. I like straight up feedback, though. They've been great, and I've heard nothing but good things, and I've always had good experiences with them. But I'm a little bit different, too, so I don't know. That sucks. Well, they lost somebody, but I'll copy some messages, and maybe I'll shoot them a message about it and see if they have any problems with their, like, support. Tint Wisdom has a good amount of info, but the platform's confusing when you first sign up, so they have like a lot of content and stuff about it to help people, but you still with something like that, it's a business thing. You generally just need people to be on standby. I heard somebody banging. Oh no, it's next door. There's like there's other businesses right next to me, but they're generally quiet. But that's fine if they weren't a good fit for your business. Like, no harm, no foul. But I thought they used to do demos. Do they not do demos? We're gonna set up a demos and they don't do demos? Huh. But yeah, stuff like that. Like the software it's set up in a simple way, but if you don't know what it's capable of doing, it is confusing. So it does take time to learn any of these things, and like one of the biggest problems is just like people don't really have a lot of time, so being coached through it. That being said, they do have like coaches and stuff like that that'll walk you through it. So that's why like I've heard about that, and they've had plenty of people available, I thought, to help with like any of this. Because, like, I mean, if you go to their website, right? Right on the homepage. Yeah, like T-Town. He's a coach for TintWiz. He helps out. Solutions. So this is about it. And then you can click on support. And they got chat and video tutorials, training. Like, I know they download the app, start adding customers, project overview, events. So this is kind of like general key points about it, lead capture, live chats, training overview. Where's the coaches thing then? Coaching. So it's down here, but view coaches. So like these are all people that are available to help out. So they've always struck me as a company that really values teaching people how to use it, that want to learn, and they'll make the time. So like I'm just a little surprised to hear that, but I don't know. But hey, you're using something, so that's good. I mean, the idea is that you find something that works for your business, and then that is what it is, so. I can't wait for them to get, they just added like reviews. I can't wait for them to get deposits. I gotta change something about my, my lead generator here. New leads. Lead capture. So one of the things I'm going to change right now, so this is the lead capture portion right down here over on the left. So these you embed into like websites and links and stuff. So if I go to here and then you click on a quote, this is my site, and then this is a TintWiz embed. To Detroit Tint Studio website. So these are like all the leads that are generally coming in. So if we click on settings, I think one thing that I missed was like vehicle. This I need to change because I have delete. Yes. This little change right here just is going to make a huge difference for me. And I totally forgot to even check that it was a thing, or maybe it was added later. I don't know. But I just noticed that was a thing. So I'm adding it. So basically what this does now is I had a little text spot for people to type in vehicle, make, model. Now watch. I'll refresh this and it should change. There. Now select the year, the make, and the model. And I think that's like a little annoying to do. But also what's nice is because they're doing their name, their number, and their email, or just their name and email, whatever's required, right? And their vehicle, and then they type what they want, or basically what they're looking for. I've already got their vehicle in my system here. Super easy to whip up an invoice at that point. You got their little bit of info with their vehicle, boom, then you add the films, and then that's it. So the only hang up for me is, oh wait, let me do this one. Let me just make sure there's nothing here. On like my Wix calendar, so I can't really show a good example without putting names up. But like, so somebody goes to my site. Okay, I'll just do it on the site. Let's just do this. So if you go to like leave a deposit, this portion of it isn't TintWiz. So you click book now, you click on the spot, and then you click book, right? So for instance, if you want to do like Friday, right? My Friday 10 o'clock, we have a stream going on, but I just sectioned everything off in hours, so it looks like there's a lot more spots available than there actually is. This is just kind of like a rough way to simplify everything. So I tell people, go to here, leave a deposit, click on, let's say it was for 12 o'clock on Saturday. So they click on Saturday, they click on 12 o'clock, then they click next, and then type in their name, their email, and then they click pay now, and then they leave a, then they leave a deposit. And that's been really easy. But that doesn't integrate with TintWiz in that way. So as soon as they have some sort of like deposit thing like that, I'll be so happy for that. Because then you can do like their name, their email, and then the car, and then it'll so much quicker to zip up an invoice for them. Like, hi, that called earlier, go through with the deposit. That is a great question. I wasn't expecting him to. Oh, hang on. One sec. How you doing? Good. Let me find your key. Where's your key? Oh, there it is. You can come up. Right here. That's fine. We can cash you out here. Did you take a look at it? Or no, I haven't looked at it yet. Oh, okay. I can cash you out first and you can take a look at it. But yeah, treat that money. that back window is a little bit trickier than I thought. I've done it before, but really, Tinter thing, really good order on that one. Well, it puts the back window all the way down, so I do the back window and then drop that and then do the rest of it. That way I get the quarter windows like simple care instructions. Like I said earlier, you notice some moisture in between the film and the glass, so leave the windows up, but they are shifty windows, so they're going to naturally go up and down a little bit. It's totally fine. It is covered under warranty, so like peeling, bubbling, fading, so if you were to have a window peel on you, like we're more than happy to take care of it. That's a lifetime warranty, so basically lifetime ownership of the vehicle, it's all covered. And then the other thing is going to be no ammonia glass cleaners on the inside of the windows. Yes, so you can use any brand. Just make sure it either says tint safe or ammonia free. Usually have one here. That should work. We should probably resolve one of those too. Yeah, just leave the windows up for a few days, no ammonia glass cleaner, and you'll be all good. So, like I said, it's all covered under warranty too. So as far as like accidentally rolling down windows or like they shift or whatever, everything should be completely fine with it. But if something happens, let me know. So that is all good, and I got your key back. Yep, we can go take a look real quick. Aw, that's always nice. He was happy. We looked at it and talked a little bit about it. See, I never rush people out the door. I always like to try and thoroughly explain everything and just spend a few minutes. Like, they haven't seen it. It's kind of like, it can be a big decision for some people. So just like walking, even if it's freezing outside, taking a couple minutes, walking outside, and just like, this is what to expect. This is what it looks like. What do you think of it? Are you stoked? Like, that type of stuff, I think, goes a long way. There were so many companies that I tinted for. Salespeople stay at the counter the whole time, and then, like, I understand if you're like super busy. Super chat.
See a super chatted $5.
Thank you. Thank you for the 5. I really appreciate that. That was, a super sticker. Thanks, dude. Much appreciated. But so, like, I understand, like, busy, hectic shops and you got other things to do, but, like, you know, if you can just have a couple of minutes to just walk outside and just, like, this is your card. You like it? You stoked? Whatever. Like, it goes a long way with people. Same thing with when they drop it off. I'm not a salesperson. I don't push better quality tints, but I do explain and show the differences along with my customers. Happy, I'm happy. I pretty much stay the same way too. And I'll say there's a lot of, so I wish I was more of a salesman, but I'm not. I take the same way. I'm like, I'm not pushy, but I feel like some of the pushy salesmen actually just kind of do better for their customers because they're almost making that decision for them. I go back and forth on that. So I like that stance, and that's generally what I do. But I've seen like firsthand some people that are just like a little bit more not as into tint, and they'll just talk about it like, do you want a better film? Yeah, so get the carbon. And they're like, oh, okay, it's better. But like I have to like, this is why it's better, 50% this and that, blah, 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 blah. And it's like, so then it's like I almost start like backtracking on some of it, you know what I mean? It depends on the customer. Yeah, it definitely will be a little different depending on the person, but overall it's like one of the funniest things that Nick said to me, like, or just it's like, how did you charge more for it? And he would just be like, I just asked. And it's like, oh. Yeah, I said, do you want the better film? This is how much it costs. It's better. And then they go, oh, it's better. Where's the best place to order a keg setup? Oh, Sun Distributing for sure. Those are the kegs that I use. Sorry, I should hop off stream. I really do. I have other stuff to do. But I like these hangouts too much too, so I will hop off here in a minute. He just picked up the car. I got it. It's been a long day. Sun Distributing. They have gift cards right now. That's cool. So if you want to gift the gift of tint tools, they have a digital gift card. We'll add $90 million, and then have a picky tinter on your Christmas list. Somebody's special. That's pretty dang cool. Nice to see that. They got a digital gift card. But yeah, so tint kegs and parts. So there are all the keg setups. They got fittings and hoses and whatnot. We only signed up with Autoleap because we were able to sit down with them virtually and talk to them about our needs and how it fit for us. We were really bummed we couldn't do this with TintWiz, especially because of the price difference. I'm surprised. I'm just like genuinely surprised about that because they like had all the coaches and stuff like that. So I'm really surprised to hear like they just didn't have somewhere to like lead you for that. It was just kind of like, interesting. But hey, it's their loss. Later Gator, congrats. Glad the customer's happy. Yeah, me too. And like, dude, see, this is a problem. This is always a big problem with me. Especially lately. If you stay overly particular with a car, sometimes you'll like nitpick yourself into a problem. So like, I don't think that was the case with that back window, but because there were just some edges that weren't like, you know, they were flipping up or whatever. But like what I'm saying is you can go on the whole other side of the spectrum and somebody will just like pick up the car. It's all like, you know, when they're buying a new car, it's all kind of like fresh, right? And they're just like, just happy to get it. So they trust you. They walked around the car. They're happy about it. They're not going to like stick their nose to the glass all the time. So just take a lot of this with a grain of salt. Do the best you can, but try not to like, you know, do the best you can with the time that you have, but that does get a little bit. I'm scheduled for me. What? I'm scheduled for me class, Matt, for the most part. Had to send email to get one approved, but yeah. What class? Have you ever seen a perfect tint job? No. Oh, actual school things. Oh, okay. That makes sense. So, the perfect tint job is kind of a meme. Every tinter will tell you, like this is a double-edged sword. Every tinter will tell you that there's no such thing as a perfect tint job, but we'll all like never try and really point out, like if we have something bad about our tint job, we're not going to try and point it out, right? But that being said, you can get it within like a margin of perfection where it's like that like it's not perfect, but you got to kind of let it dry out and like go over it with like a fine tooth comb to really find what's kind of like wrong with it. That's kind of the level that you can get to, where I think is like the perfect tint job. Otherwise, it's like you got a couple little things here, you got a couple little things there. Don't point at it, let it dry out, and you just like you'll be fine. The biggest thing is like when people pick up their cars, as long as they feel like it looks really good and everything's great, they're generally going to be pretty okay with whatever's on there at that point, unless it's just like really bad. That's most people. You get the window done, you're like, hell yeah, and then you see that speck. Yep. Yeah, and some of those things you can touch up, and like you'll never be able to see them unless you like really look. But that's like what you consider the perfect tint job, right? Like no little deviations, no waves, nothing, just like. But it's, you know, like the perfect paint job or something like that. You might have like a little pit, or you might have like, I don't know what they call it, but like just something. You see more than they do. Mm-hmm. So it's like, it's a hard thing to explain too, right? Because from a customer standpoint, I don't want anybody to feel like we're putting out subpar work or that it's not like perfect, right? So it's just, whenever I talk about it, I don't want to try and make it sound like, yeah, there's always crap in your film or whatever, and there's nothing that we can do about it. But it's like, you know, people pick up their cars, they're stoked about them generally, and everything dries out, and people are happy. So it's like you always got to kind of take yourself out of it a little bit, try and look at it with fresh eyes. One of our techs was having trouble with passenger side in an X3, but the bottom rear corner kept coming up. Any thoughts? Took him 6 tries. Dang. An X3 is pretty straightforward. It's a BMW SUV, like the smaller of the two. I mean, if he did one side fine and had a problem with the other side, I don't know. It's tough to say. Tint it below the seal, but everything should be okay. I mean, I'm assuming, did the guy come back 6 times? The rear corner kept coming up. There either was like something there, or like, I don't know, because everything should just be fine. As long as it's like tucked a little below the seal. You're not rolling it down afterwards, so yeah, it's tough to say. I got called, said I left a ton of bubbles on the back glass. I was surprised when I brought it back. Ton of water spots outside. I had to explain. Yes, that's a big one. This is why you got to be a little... He just kept taking it off. I got called... Okay, so... Bubbles is kind of a problem. I'm going to end... I'm going to say thank you to all the super chats, and I'm going to end here. But the bubbles... is, oh God, you're such an upfront person. You really are. Oh, I can tell. Just the way that you say the tack and material costs. You are such an upfront person. Welcome to the other side. We're going to have fun. This is good. Okay. So the I've had that too. We little quick story. So there was a store, tinted a car, left, and then got called like 3 hours later, and like, oh my God, you gotta come fix this job. The back window is horrible. Like just the absolute worst panicky salesperson that you ever heard, and you're like, whoa, whoa, whoa. When I left, everything seemed fine with the car. Well, I've never seen a back window like this before. This is just, yeah, and the customer is just livid, and I don't know. Man, I don't know what happened, but this job is just terrible. And it was like one of those warmer summer days. Not a hot day, just like a warmer one. Car's been outside for 2 to 3 hours. When you do a car, it'll kind of look even. And then as the heat starts to hit it, that water will start to pool up into little water blisters. That's when it looks the worst, generally a couple hours after it's been tinted, unless it just went to straight drying, right? So it's on just one of those like in-between days. And then sure enough, they yanked one of us all the way out there. We looked at it for 2 seconds and go, that's normal. What's normal? I've never seen that before. It's like, yeah, you lazy dumbass, because you never actually walk out with a customer when they come to pick it up. You only go out there if they're freaking out about a problem. So go out with your customers and look at a car and get familiar with the stuff that's being applied, because it'll do that for a little bit. God, that was annoying. Hate lazy salespeople. Okay, but anyways. But yeah, it was just funny. There's just a couple of things. Like, one of our techs had trouble with the passenger side X3. You called them a tech, and then you went straight to material cost. Is just numbers and text and good stuff. It's got that sales guy vibe, absolutely. Where I appreciate that you're here, and I'm more than happy to kind of teach you how it is in the back. There's going to be some stuff that unless you haven't done it, it's going to be kind of hard to understand. But this will be good. This will be real good. Pay attention, because there's lots of things that, like, from up front, it's like these all should go really straightforward. Shouldn't be a big deal. But that doesn't always happen. So material cost, one, is relatively low. So you can mess up a handful of times. 6 times, yeah, that sucks. But it's just like, what's going on here? But, yeah, it's kind of funny. I mean, what? I just wasted how many on a back window? And time, and, like, I get it. So it's like you're looking at the numbers, he's looking at the jobs. Do you live stream at this time every day? No. Live streams are kind of like intermittent. You'll have a you're okay. Sorry, let me answer the other one. So I live stream here and there. I'm gonna live stream again on Friday. I'm supplementing live stream days with like videos and stuff too. So it's not every day, but just generally in this time frame, anywhere from like 10:30-ish to like 1 o'clock. That's kind of when I'll start. I'll try and do morning. That'll be like Monday through Saturdays. You'll have the possibility of seeing me through normal working hours. So you're saying it would be helpful if I learned how to tint? In a way. So you'd understand more the frustration. Seeing a guy take 6 times and not really know the problem, that's one of those that's a tint thing. Doing an entire back window and then wasting 3 hours, like trying to touch up little spots and stuff like that, that's a tint thing. And one of the biggest things that you can do is learn what kind of vehicles are difficult for you guys, and learn what kind of vehicles are a little bit more straightforward. So there'll be times where everything is scheduled like it's going to take 2 hours. And I totally get that mind frame. But then, like, from a tinter standpoint, you do one car. Let's say I got a Malibu, I have a Camaro, and then I have a Beetle, and then I have a F-150, right? They're just 4 vehicles, space them apart. Every tinter that heard you're such a salesman. Okay. Everybody that tints heard those cars and then heard Beetle and probably just went a Beetle would take can take potentially a number of hours more, and it's just a car that somebody doesn't want to have to deal with, but you just charge maybe the same, I'm just generalizing, you maybe charge the same amount and the same time for each one of those things. So trying to learn what cars are difficult and what cars aren't are one of those things that should be, like, it would be really beneficial to the business, because then you kind of know how to feather appointments and, like, not stress your guys out, because as soon as you have the first 2, it's easy going, and then you get that 3rd one, you're going to stress your guy way out. And then you got the 4th one after that, and then it's just he's so wrapped up in a Beetle that it's like he just can't even. And to be fair, the tech that did it has been tinting for 5+ years. It doesn't matter. You just always have those days. Like, I just had those days. They just happen. So nothing about this business is just easy, straightforward. There's always just random things that are just like you're just having an off day, whatever. So you'll learn this balance between like pressuring your guys to do a little bit more or work a little faster or whatever, and then also giving them a little leniency on other things that are just like sucky. 40 minutes to shrink a back window on a Beetle. Well, we've got the guy that'll just go do it. Can't say anything about any cars without getting somebody to be like, it's super easy for me. Malibu, Malibu, Malibu. That's what I wanted to hear. Yep. That's comforting to hear. You're amazeballs. I've been on both sides. I've been on the tinting side, but I've heard so many sales guys for so long, and it's like there's always this like clear disconnect between like understanding what your tinter is going through, and there's always this like hard wall here, and I've tried to explain this so many times when I've worked in shops. People that don't tint don't really understand how annoying tinting can be. You can have a day that goes super easy, and you can have the next day that just like, you're wasting 6 patterns on an X3. Would you have scheduled that one different? Nah, no, I wouldn't have. But it's just, it can happen. So it'll be a little bit of touch and go for sure. We don't want it to go any harder. We want it to go as smooth as we can. But yeah, you always have those days. All right, so big shout outs to CA, David, Kevin, Daniel, Washington, Daniel. Oh, we had 2. Daniel Tapia and Daniel Reyna. Now we have to specify. And Night Owl. Thank you so much for the supers today. I really appreciate it. Every time I would go to Tint out of my... anyway, sorry. Thank you all for the super chats. I greatly appreciate them. I wanted to catch up on a couple other messages too, but I got to get out of here too. Was in a funk for a good month and a half, I'd say. That was rough, but every time I would go and tint on my own, not in a shop, I'd knock it out of the park. Sometimes it'd be opposite. I go tint in a shop, it'd be fine, and I tint on my own, and I was just in a funk. I've had the same thing. I can't explain it. You just got to keep working at it. Yeah, that like, man, it just sucks. You'll just run into like these random things where you just have a hell of a time trying to tint anything. And then eventually you just kind of work yourself out of it. I don't know. Also, if you pass that info on to TintWiz, I will greatly appreciate it. Yeah, for sure. Let me save as desktop. CA. Is there like a contact email that I can grab too? Or like a business name or something? Because I could tell them this and they'll be like, oh, we'd love to make this right. How can we do it? And I'd be like, I don't know. Hang out in my chat. But I copied a message. But if you have an email or something, I'll put it down there. I love the Beatles stories. They're just, I don't even know how well one would go now anymore. I don't think 40 minutes is fast because regular BMW S8 takes 8 minutes to do this. Sorry, I don't want to sound like I'm the best. Oh, it just kind of sounded like, it sounded like that a little bit because it's like, you gotta talk in some generalities because you're like that is gonna hit home with a lot of people, and then the guy that can do it in 40 minutes, it's like we all wish we could do it in like 40 minutes or less or whatever. Unless that was literally just shrinking a back window. In that case, that's a little bit more normal. You gonna be selling the jackets? Oh, I think these are available. I don't know where these are. I found it. I had to search Tint Studio. Okay, I can link it though. Products. I don't know if they just unlist them But you can like buy them still. So they're on the TintWiz site. Here, I'll link it. So these are already available. I think you can use like a Tint stuff code or something and get a discount. I'd try that. Hang on. Let me try really quick. Do I gotta type in an email first? Oh, I hate that. Oh no, discount code. No, it's not valid. Maybe they don't have one anymore for it. But they are for sale. They've been around for a little while now. They're super cool. I like them. I'm just not a huge fan of like pullover hoodies as far as like working in them, so I don't always wear it. But I love the design. So when I know I can wear a pullover hoodie, I generally wear it. So now it's like stupid cold. So we were wearing it and we were fine, and then it got stupid. I'm gonna get started in dealership work. Just go bother them. Just literally go up to the dealership and go, I tint cars. Do you need help? It's literally how you can start doing it. It's not that complicated. Just start talking to like sales or like sales manager or something. It's just a numbers game. They're chaotic. Blah. Some of them are fine, and a lot of them are chaotic and annoying. So you can just go and talk to them. I have videos running on the Tint Shop TV. Customers love watching. They ask questions specifically when I have a plotter and you hand cut. And then I'm going to yell over the TV, Jose's a hack. I'm kidding. Oh, that's cool, though. I appreciate that. Glad they like it. That's fun. All right. I got to take off here. I got some other stuff to do. I've spent way too long here. But thank you guys for hanging out. Thank you for the supers. Sorry this didn't go smoother. But I will be back on, what is it, Wednesday today? We got a full one scheduled for Friday. So I'll be back for Friday. We got a full Taurus with a windshield that we're going to be doing on stream. So I will see you for that. It's going to drop off at probably about 10 o'clock. So we'll be around that. Jose's a hack. He's not a hack. I'm kidding. Sneaking in at the end.
Jose Reyes super chatted $10.
Jose with
I
a
love
10.
The channel. Keep up the
I love the
amazing
channel.
work.
Keep up the
You
amazing
always
work. You always
inspire me
inspire
to do better.
Thank you, man. Thank you so much for the 10. I really appreciate a message like that. That's super nice. Even though I called you a hack. Alrighty, dudes. You have a good one. Bye.